Test, test, test. Yeah. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Oh, not whole truth. You were first. Yep. Hannah's prayer. Evening. Sec. Yeah, I have OBS and I'm live right now, so we're gonna do that, or we can talk tomorrow. What's up, YouTube? Sound is working. YouTube is not eating all as well so far. I like it. Today's gonna be a good day. Other than them connecting, I guess. 96 Civic, thanks for super chat. Nick, will you be uploading last night's live? I think it's just on private or unlisted. The live, we didn't do anything in the live. I can upload it, I guess, but honestly, I just didn't really think about it just because it was a big old nothing burger. You're not connecting, baby. Here, I'll disconnect you guys. Re-request.
Both of us, we were talking and you could hear us.
No, you guys weren't. You didn't connect. I know you might have thought you were, but you guys were not. I don't know. Unless TikTok live studio is being weird. Hey, Big Bang, can you say something? It's crazy. No, I can't hear you. Alright, hold on. Bum, bum, bum. This happened the other night, too. I couldn't hear you guys. Can you guys hear? We can't hear. We couldn't hear them. That's what I thought. Okay, maybe it isn't me then. Big Ben, are you saying words right now? It says, do you hear me? I can't hear you. Can you guys hear Big Ben speaking? Can't hear them. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and just restart TikTok Live Studio, because if you guys can't hear him and I can't hear him, then I'm not tripping, so it must be a TikTok studio thing. So let me restart TikTok Live Studio. Come right back, you guys. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to ask you guys on YouTube. I know you guys couldn't hear them. It was a TikTok thing. At least YouTube's working, though. Am I right? For now. I dropped that. What is happening right now? I know you say you're connected, but you're not. Okay.
I am on my
Now
side.
you're connected. Hold on. Plug these in. Bum, bum, bum. Something. Alright, hold on one sec. Say something, babe? That's crazy. I think Babe, say some words.
Hello.
Okay, well now I can hear. It's when I... Now try saying something? It's weird. It's like when I, It's when I turn these on, all of a sudden we can't hear you, and that's super weird. And I need these on, so that's not going to work. I got a better idea. I'm gonna put on the cans. See if this works. Now say something, babe.
Hello.
Okay. Now say something again.
Hello.
Okay. Can you guys hear her on YouTube? When she said hello? Yep. All right. If anyone understands technology better than I can, you can explain it to me. But for some reason, even though I've had these for forever, I mean, they're working. For some reason today, when I connect them, that's the only time you guys can't hear her, which is super weird. Driver update, maybe. Although I just checked my driver a couple days ago and it was updated, but you never know. But for tonight's live, we're just gonna wear the cans. Sherry says she is so beautiful, Lucky Nick, isn't she? Yeah, I am very lucky. I have a very, very gorgeous wife. All right, let's check up these super chats. King Ping says, interesting news today. Not really. Not that I think of. Yeah, Jake, I know. Audio input settings. Trust me, I checked it, bro. All of it was connected just the same way it's always been. I understand technology. It's actually because of... Adrian's Padwan says, hey, Nick, will you be our guest next time you're in Israel? Like for a Shabbat dinner? Or what do you mean by that? If you mean like a Shabbat dinner, that might be tough because I get invited to like 100 of those. So I'd have to be in Israel permanently to be able to go to everyone's Shabbat dinner. Oh yeah, there was the Montreal shooting. Ironically, I only heard about the Montreal shooting because of... Who was it that was trying to defend it? Mehdi. Hassan reposted somebody else that was somewhat in a weird way trying to defend it by attacking God, the guy that wrote Suicidal Empathy, Assad.
That's sad.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. You're religiously Jewish or ethnically Jewish. You didn't really put a question mark there. So I don't know if you're like making it a statement, like you're telling me you are religiously Jewish or ethnically Jewish, or if you're asking me. If you're asking me, the answer is neither. If you're telling me, well, you're wrong because the answer is neither.
Hello.
Big Ben, what's up?
What's up, man?
Not much. What's on your mind?
So you said Israel is an incredible ally. How is it an ally to the United States? What does it provide to the relationship between the U.S. and Israel?
Economics, technology, innovation systems, partnerships, the number one ally in the entire world that spends the most on their GDP percentage wise, and also the number one ally in the entire world per capita that provides American jobs.
How does it provide American jobs?
Well, I just gave you the statistic. If you're asking me how
Yes,
to
I mean, yeah, a lot of
stop
countries
interrupting
provide us
me,
with
stop
technology,
interrupting me, stop
etc.
interrupting me. If you're asking me on how, well, it's just you cut me off like halfway through my sentence.
Sure, man. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you don't have to say sorry. Just don't do it. But anyways,
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
stop interrupting me. You're doing it again right
Just
now.
go ahead, dude. Make your
Holy
point.
shit. All right, I'm moving on from you, okay? I got to be honest. Just take 5 minutes, come back, because you keep saying go ahead as you're like interrupting me when I'm about to go ahead. So just do me a favor, take 5 minutes, go wash your face off or something, take a breath. I don't know if you did like a couple lines or something, or if you're really hyped, or maybe you're just excited because you're speaking to Nick Mattel and you're like, this is the best day of my life. Either way, just take a breath, come back, and we'll reset. John, go ahead. John, go ahead. Johnny, if you're speaking, we can't hear you because you're paused.
Hello?
There you go. Well, you don't sound like a John, but go ahead.
Hi. I'm a huge fan. My question for you would be like, what does like APAC have to do with like a foreign, what should APAC have to do with a negotiation with Israel, like in our foreign policy? What
How
should
old are you?
APAC have a role in doing? I'm 12. Can you just answer my question and kick me off?
Real quick, I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to kick you off first, but can you just real quick
Okay.
repeat your question again just before so I get it right?
Yeah. So like we give a bunch of money to APAC. What role should they have in our like foreign policy?
Okay, got it. So
Jeez, 12-year-old.
I mean I like that a 12-year-old's asking that kind of question. That's cool. So
Spicy
when you
12-year-old
say
too. Can you just answer my
we
question?
give, well, no, you got to add the second part of that sentence to be fair. You said, "Can you answer my question?" and kick me off. I don't think he was saying.
No, it was cute.
Anyways, yeah, so when you say we give a lot of money to APAC, we don't give money to APACs. I don't know what you mean by that. Individuals can donate to APAC. That's true. Weird calling her 12. She said she was 12, bro. It's not that weird. So yeah, individuals give money to APAC, and by individuals, they must be an American citizen. Not just for APAC, any American lobbying group, you have to be an American citizen to give money to a lobbying group. You have to be an American citizen. And so if that's what you meant, and then to answer your second question, like what role would they play? Well, just like any other lobbying group, they make up what's called the Iron Triangle, right? And so I suggest you look a little bit more into it. Again, you're 12, so I think it's super impressive you're already asking these questions. But generally speaking, they work together in 3 separate systems that work together to include lobbying groups. Again, this isn't just APAC exclusively. This is essentially all lobbying groups. And they kind of give and take from each other to make up, try to make it like simple because you're 12, to make up the system and the laws and how the system works all together. I hope that's like a simple way I can put it. But if you do understand that already and you're like, Nick, I can understand, I'm much smarter than most 12 years old, just type in Iron Triangle and you'll probably get a little bit more in-depth information. You're welcome, John.
Hi, Nick. Hi, Danielle.
Hello again. You've been coming up every day.
Yeah, well, I'm a fan. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I wanted to recommend some follows on YouTube. I don't know if you guys know about these people, but I recommend them. For Iran news, I watch 2C TV, TOUSI. I think he's got some good insight. And then for Israel analysis, I check out Pesach Walicki. You ever watch him?
Nope, not me personally.
He's got some good analysis. Wolicki, Wolicki. I think he's on Israel 365 is like his overall channel. But real quickly before I go, I've been going back and forth about this plan, and I think that it's a bad plan, the MOU. I mean, on its face, but I also think that Trump is he's kind of doing it for the time being as a temporary thing to kind of stabilize prices and win the midterms. And
How do you
then
know that?
I don't know that. I mean, I don't know anything.
Why do you think that?
I just think that, I mean, the polling suggests that the gas prices were really harming the Republicans, and yeah, I mean, just
So, how's it not going to harm when he starts attacking again? By your logic,
well, I'm saying after the midterms, he might
when are the
reignite.
midterms?
November.
And we are in July right now, or June.
Well, yeah,
that's a 60-day. Hold on, it's a 60-day negotiation. So, well, that'll put us into July, August. Then he extends it, maybe puts us into September, extends it again, puts us into October, extends it again, puts us into November. You think that's his plan, is to extend it 3-4+ times, hoping that'll get past the midterms?
No, it's a good point, but I think that there might be plans underway to kind of open up the Strait of Hormuz so that I think this deal is destined for failure, and so when it eventually does collapse, it will be we'll be better prepared. I think that's Trump's goal. And I also think there's a lot of stuff happening on the ground in Iran that we're not privy to, that might also be informing his.
Listen, I love your optimism, but I'm not there with you. I think he's just caving into a lot of the pressure, and it sucks. But Israel will be fine in the end. America will be fine in the end, and it sucks for sure. But we just have to accept the fact that almost certainly. I mean, obviously, I can't read the future, so you could be right, but almost certainly we're just getting a bad end, and we're just gonna have to take it. It is what it is, and we'll just have to move on.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am, but I doubt it.
One other thing, and then I'll get off. Did you follow the Iranian water crisis? Because I was following that pretty closely before this war, and it seemed like they were pretty much on the verge of water collapse.
I'm not trying to imply Iran will be fine after. Iran is still very, fucked. I'm just saying, for what we were hoping to get, we aren't going to get. Again, unless I'm wrong, but I doubt it. But that doesn't mean Iran is okay. I mean, in the end, regardless of what happens, even if we get the worst deal ever, Iran is still worse off than what they were before. I wasn't trying to imply that.
No, I got that. Yeah, I just I think Iran is the regime is going to face some hard times ahead with or without this deal, and I do think that the deal is destined to collapse. And by Iran, I mean the IRGC.
Probably.
So
it's already looking like it's going to collapse.
Yeah. Anyways, thanks for listening. Check out those two people on YouTube, and keep up the good fight, man.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Questions, but they're just maybe ignorant. Hello, Ram.
Hi, I have a question. Don't know if it's a silly question or not.
Are you
Um,
listening to me in the background?
No, I can't. I don't understand why I can hear the background as well. Hold on, let me rejoin.
Okay. They like hear my voice in the background, which is kind of creepy. My guess is maybe she was watching some video, and sometimes TikTok, if you join a live like too quickly, it'll continue to still play the video in the background. If it wasn't that, then I have no idea. The redneck aristocrat, Keir resigned finally. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess I knew that news too. My bad, you guys. Do you think the UK, Western Europe in general is headed to civil war? I don't know. Adrian, did I read this one? No, I don't think I did. Adrian's Padawan says, here are Chai Shkalim. You should be titled as Hasidol Motolam. Chat agrees. I don't know what that means, bro.
They still do the high holidays.
I
They
can
do
still hear my voice.
Yeah, I don't know why it's. I'm gonna restart my
All right, try closing all of your apps, like force closing them. Don't just like, swipe out. Force close all the apps and then come back. Sammy says, how do I join a live convo, TikTok or Discord? I'm not on Discord right now, so TikTok would definitely be better. Apex, what's up?
Good, how are you? How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Yo.
I'm pretty good. I was just curious on how Israel benefits the United States at all. I think we should just cut everybody off. I think we're very self-sufficient. We could be just fine.
Well, what do you mean by just like cutting everyone off? Yeah, of course we would be fine, but we would be significantly weaker and less powerful than we were. I mean, if you're okay with that.
As with everybody else, because they suck off us too. So
well, but the problem is they would just have to shift. Sure, they would have a temporary decrease, but they're not going to become isolationists, so they'll shift and they'll be fine, and they would actually end up becoming stronger than us. But if we go with your plan and we just become extreme, just straight up isolationists, will we be fine? Yeah, sure. We'll be fine just like any other isolationist state, but will we be powerful? No. On all these countries that you just cut off.
cut those two off. I didn't say cut everybody off.
You did. You said we should cut everyone off because we'll be fine and we're self-sufficient.
My bad. Let me rephrase that.
Oh.
We should cut what's going on in that scenario off. Everything.
I don't know what you're saying. You're being extremely vague. What is that scenario?
The Iranian-Israeli war thing going on.
All right, can I say my opinion on that real quick? Can I jump in?
No.
All right.
Okay, can you start to get like way more specific so I can answer you more properly, Apex?
I just feel like it's a waste of time.
That's when I said more specific, I meant literally more specific.
Okay, well, we have no reason to be over there oil wise. We run just fine. We can refine it elsewhere. There's other ways to refine.
First off, we don't get oil from them. So what are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. The other country, other world, we send over for a refinery, but
we don't. We do most of that here in the United States, and also for foreign oil, by far most of it comes from Canada. So if you're gonna make your statements, you're gonna have to relax a little bit. You just relax. You have to. Yeah, I said 3 words and you started freaking out.
And then what are we doing in Iran?
I heard the question the first fucking time. Can I answer it?
Yeah.
All right, just take a breath. In fact, just mute up. Just relax. What I was going to say before I answer that question is if you don't know that bare minimum piece of information, this is probably not a topic you should be talking about. And also, your first question when you came up here is, what does Israel, give to us? And you didn't even let me answer that. So there's 2 separate things you're saying right now. You're talking about exiting the war, which has nothing to do with oil. I don't even know where the fuck you got that from. Unless you have some kind of you're going out some conspiracy, but if you're going with the official goals of war, anything that's ever been stated, no one has ever said anything about oil. So I'm not exactly sure where you got that from. So it's almost impossible to answer your questions because you're just kind of saying shit that I think you think makes sense. As for whether we should be in a war or not, and what does Israel do for us as allies, separate from the war, those are 2 completely different questions. So again, it's really hard to answer your questions because you're just kind of all over the place. As for what Israel does for us, they economically benefit us. We have partnerships with them in extreme innovation, better than most of our allies. Their R&D is number 1. percentage-wise out of all of our allies. That's important. They are number one in terms of Israeli-founded companies that provide jobs to Americans. They are number one in the world per capita. Not just out of all of our allies, but in the world. But obviously that makes sense because it's not like people aren't our allies are going to be helping us with jobs. They're number one. So economic benefits, military technology, civilian technology, civil engineering projects like with the BIRD and BARD system, BARD specifically for agricultural projects. We've done that since 1977 with Israel. Over 1,200 projects have been funded and pushed through. Medical technology, like I said, civilian in general, but obviously military as well. And then if you go with what General Keegan said, their intelligence, which is worth about 5 CIAs put together.
No, that doesn't matter because we could live without it.
Yeah,
and it would cost us
again,
nothing if we didn't help them with the shit.
Well, again, so actually it would cost us more in a lot of ways, because to create that intelligence network would cost us more. The information that we get, that we utilize into our especially fighter jet programs, we get by far most of that from Israel compared to all of our allies, probably combined at that matter. And so that saves us. Hold on, you have to stop talking. You have to stop talking for a second. Because you keep saying these new things that are incorrect, and so then I have to debunk that too, but I'm still on this one, you know? And so that money that saves us alone, just stop talking. You really don't know what you're talking about, so just relax. Anyways, so that money that we save alone, right? Not only do we make money because we sell it to them, that also saves us money because they're also doing the research so we can upgrade our systems for effectively free. So, sure. But that being said, when you say we'll be all right, yeah, I agree with that. We'd be all right if we cut off every single ally in the world. Would we be the superpower anymore? Fuck no. Would we be even powerful? No. But would we be all right in the sense, would we be living? Yeah, of course. But I don't want to be all right. I like being the world's superpower. I like being at the top. I like being number one in the world.
Is that how you approach life, Apex? Is that how you approach life in your own personal life? You see a beneficial investment or a beneficial decision you can make, and then you go, nah, forget it. I can live without it.
No, what I do is I see who's bad. If I'm around a bunch of people, like friends, and one of my friends is badgering a bunch of other friends and starting bullshit with them and lying and
that's not what we're talking about, though. We're not talking about friends. We're talking about investment.
I most definitely would cut them off because they don't benefit.
I'm not talking about friends. I'm talking about investment. I said you get a benefit from them, a monetary benefit.
Okay. Yes. Even a beneficiary.
So someone comes to you and says, "I've got this great stock idea, investment.
If
it's at $50. It's at $50 a share right now, and it's going to go to $100 a share." And you're like, fuck it, I can live without it.
What I'm trying to, sorry, I have a puppy. What I'm trying to answer you is if
how old are you, Apex?
I'm 30 years old.
Are you like beating your dog?
No, my puppy. I have a puppy. It's literally a baby puppy. It's a Chihuahua. Would you like to see it?
I bet you're poor.
I know for a fact he's poor.
I bet you're poor.
You bet I'm poor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm decently well off. I'm probably below, I guess, not poverty standards. I'm right above poverty standards. I live just fine.
So that's poor.
That would be poor. Yes.
What is poor? How much money do I need to have in my account to be considered poor? 10 grand?
Just above poverty is poor.
Do you have 10 grand in your account?
How much?
10 grand. I'm asking
10 grand?
Yes.
10 grand?
10 grand. $10,000. Just asking.
Yes, bro.
Do you consider that
$10,000 in an account? Yeah, I think so.
I'm asking. Check. Okay, so if I have that in one account in a stock, does that consider me poor just because I have one stock?
I have no idea.
You don't have any stock. You're above the poverty line. Where'd you get money to buy stock from?
Also, I'm not stupid. But
also, wait, real quick. When you say you have 10 grand in one stock, I don't know why I want to really give you financial advice, but the way you worded that makes it sound like you don't really buy other stocks or you have extremely little. Why are you putting 10 grand into one stock?
I do have.
You ever heard of diversifying your portfolio?
Let me finish. For somebody who does stocks, yes, I do have a small portfolio. I do admit that. But that's
no. It's not small. I mean, it is small, but it's not like super small. I mean, dude, when I first started, when I was young. I mean, this was when I was like a late teenage years, early 20s, right? I had way smaller than that. I'm just saying, have you ever heard of diversifying your portfolio?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have a very small. It's all my money's not in a lot of different. It's in smaller.
You just said you had
I got a stock
$10,000 in
take
one
a look
stock.
at. Take a look
Yes,
at
which means it's
Teva.
not spread out. I get what you're saying. Yes.
Apex,
Never
I got some
mind.
advice. I want to
Never
help you
mind.
out here,
Jesus
brother.
fucking Christ.
Go look at Teva, T-E-V-A. It's a great stock. You should go look it up.
Okay.
Teva.
Okay.
It's a pharmaceutical company that does generics.
I'm in a lot of gaming and IT stuff, but I'll look into it. I don't know much about medical stuff.
Yeah, Teva. It's a great company.
So confused.
I'll look into that. I'm in a lot of game. I'm trying to get into a stock right now that allows you to save game shares basically. So you know how you can sell games back to GameStop. They're trying to do the same thing with games that you can buy online. But
Right.
that's the only one that.
What is Never mind. I don't care anymore. So regardless, you believe that the benefits we get. Wait, do you agree we get benefits from Israel before you talk about all the?
Obviously,
Okay.
there's benefits from a lot of countries. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, do you agree there's unique benefits from Israel that we wouldn't get from at least most of our allies, if not any of them sometis, other than Israel?
There's some medical benefits that I do think.
Not just medical, a lot of things.
I don't really care for some of the war stuff that they provide, but yes, medical is the only thing I think that really.
Not just medical, civil.
What's civil? I don't. Can you? I'm dumb. Can you explain it?
You don't know what like civil engineering is and stuff like that?
Explain it.
Just fucking Google
I'm
it.
being honest.
I believe you, and I'm not teaching you what the most basic words mean.
I'm not
Anyways.
saying. Oh my lord. Okay, never mind.
Jesus
Keep going. I'm not saying.
Anyways, what else was
I'm
I
supposed
gonna
to
say?
explain what I'm supposed to say, but you can't. Never mind.
So if you don't think they give us benefits, what would you like us to do? Like,
I
what do you
never
think
said
is
they
the
didn't. I
best
agree
way to?
they do, sir. I said it many times. I agree
I'm
they
gonna
do.
keep going. So not just that, but also intelligence, which goes beyond just military, right? That also goes into, I know it sounds the same, but it's not. It also goes into defense. Is that beneficial that Israel probably provides the best in the world for, at least for us?
Didn't they just get caught doing espionage in our own White House?
No.
The highest regarded one?
No.
So that wasn't a big thing getting passed. I'm just being honest.
No.
I'm asking honest
I
questions.
know you are asking. You don't have to keep telling me I'm just asking. I'm smart enough to know what a question is. You don't have to tell me it's a question.
There's some people that look at whenever they say no, they mean it in a facetious ass manner. I don't know who. I don't know who as a personal
that
person.
makes zero sense. If somebody answers no to a question, it's no. Now, if you're telling me there was an Axios report where an unnamed source said that they were doing that, yes. But when official sources with their names and faces came out, no. So if you're telling me, do I believe this random, nobody knows who the fuck it is in Axios, which is like one step above TMZ, over the actual official sourcing and the names and the faces that came out, I chose to believe the one that I can actually see for myself. You are your own adult. You can choose to believe this TMZ reporting style Axios report. That's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you I don't believe that because that'd be dumb. But anyways, that being said, if you ask me, if I have to explain to you why believing actual multiple sources where we have names and records versus one unofficial no name, trust me bro source, if I have to explain to you why that would be dumb, again, I'm not going to do that, because if you don't already understand why that'd be dumb at the age of 30 fucking years old, is me explaining it to you really going to change anything?
That's not the only source I heard it from.
That's the only source you heard it from. There was no other source that said it. It was unnamed sources. That's it. There was no one official that ever came out and said it. Unless it came out today and I didn't see it. Did you see the source today and it was brand new source?
No.
Okay, so then no. Then you did not see a new source. You're either lying right now, or at best you're creating a false memory where you thought you actually saw somebody. You did not, I promise you. Anyways, back to what I was trying to say. Do I believe that they probably do espionage? Yeah, I do. I think they do. We do it all the time. Look at Operation Anarchist. You know what Operation Anarchist was?
Yep.
What is it?
It's I'm just making shit up as I go now because you're lying. I just looked it up and it quite literally said, and I quote, that yes, Israel has been caught doing espionage in the White House
That's
recently. So I'm just gonna lie, like,
right.
people-
What's the source?
it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because I didn't lie. I told you there was reports on it.
The Pentagon.
Right, but
That's
who's
what
the
I said.
source?
Who cares if the Pentagon has
What
said?
do you mean who cares? You just called me a liar when I said the same thing you did. I said, though, that the difference is that the source is unnamed. And now you're telling me who cares. Are you just so dumb you're not listening?
My opinion...
Okay, can you just answer my question without deflecting? What do you mean who cares? That's exactly what I said, Apex.
Remember whenever you said that it's just your opinion, dude? That's just my opinion,
Okay,
I guess.
but you're not... Holy fucking shit. Am I being trolled right now?
listening to
No, shut up. Stop interrupting me. Stop talking over me. Because right now what's happening is I don't know if you're trolling me right now or if you actually just repeated what I said and then called me a liar when you just agreed with me. Which one is it? And I need you to speak up. Your mic is super quiet.
I was dead ass just doing the same thing you did back to me. And
What
you
did,
didn't like
okay,
it.
you're still not listening. Apex, I need you to lock in right now.
My ears are open.
Apex, just lock in. Stop interrupting and listen to what I'm saying so you realize you didn't do the same thing. Okay?
Yes, I did.
So what I said was that, yes, you'll find a report on it, just like you did, but if you read the report, it'll say it's an unnamed source. Do you agree?
Okay.
That is what... Stop saying okay and interrupting me. Just
agree.
listen.
I
Holy
agree,
fuck.
but my
Stop,
opinion is...
stop interrupting me. Just listen to the whole thing. Just do me a favor. Just try listening to the whole thing. Okay? So do you agree that I said, yes, you'll find a report, but it's an unnamed source, correct? Do you agree I said that? It's yes or no. Did I say that? Or yes? Did I say that yes or no?
I agree.
Great. So when you said I lied, what part did I lie about?
The part where you said that my opinion, you were talking about your opinion matters. And
That's
my
not a
opinion
lie. Nope, that's not a lie. That's not a lie.
So
Opinions
yes,
can't
I
be
give a
lies.
shit
Stop.
about
Shut
what
up.
that
Shut
man
up. I
says.
don't care. I don't care.
What about what you said?
Stop. Holy fucking shit. This guy's so fucking dumb. I don't care. I said, what did I lie about? You can't talk about opinions. Opinions can't be lies. What did I lie about?
My opinion isn't a lie.
My God, you're so fucking stupid, dude. This is why you're poor. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. This is why you're fucking poor. I don't know what to tell you. It's so... All you did was repeat everything I said back to you. Yeah, there's reports on it, but they're unnamed sources, so I chose to believe the named sources. And then you literally said the same thing I said, and then you said I was a liar. What the fuck did I lie about? You repeated the same thing I did. I told you there are people that said it, reportedly, but we don't know who that is. We have no idea. Regardless, what the fuck does that have to do with anything anyways? Jesus Christ. Rem, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, hope you're doing good. So I'm British Israeli. I live in the UK, my family lives in Israel. And so I've just been thinking, how do you see Israel's future, like after Netanyahu? So either after like he's just gone or after there's like a new prime minister, and specifically the international relations like between him, the USA, like I don't know, like I don't know if like with the the Israeli people, I don't know.
I mean, it just requires me to like try to predict the future, and I have no idea. Are you saying assuming Benjamin Netanyahu loses the election? Is that your question?
Yeah. Like, has he prepared? Like, do you think he's prepared the country, for like another leader? Because he's obviously led the country for so many years.
No. Nothing can prepare you to be the prime minister of Israel. It's such a shit show of a job.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to prepare you, and Israel's future is bright, no matter what the relationship with the United States is. Israel's heading in the right direction, doing well. It all depends on who the new leader is. Is it Gabi Eisenkot? Is it
that's what I was.
Naftali Bennett? Who is it? We don't. Too many variables, but overall, Israel's future is bright.
That's what I was thinking. Why I couldn't answer this, just because if you guys aren't going to vote for Benjamin Netanyahu, like who will you vote for then? And if it's going to be like a left-wing person, then I don't think your future's that bright.
But that's the problem with the parliamentary system. That's why it's so dumb. Is Likud could end up getting the most total seats, but it will be well short of what's needed to form a coalition of majority. And then the opposition parties or the minority parties could all band together. I mean, it really, it's just the parliamentary system is so dumb.
Well,
Yeah, that makes sense.
No matter who leads Israel,
they wouldn't all band together.
No, it would be a coalition of center, left, and Bennett's party, Eisenkot's party. All they got to do is get 61 votes, 61 seats, I should say. So, but that's the problem with the parliamentary system. We just saw it in Britain with Starmer resigning.
Yeah.
These people end up being prime minister of the country, and they get less than a third of the vote. It's insane. It's dumb.
Why did Starmer exactly resign? What was the real push?
He's the most unpopular
He's the most
prime minister.
hated prime minister we've had.
He's
I
the
think
most
he's our
unpopular.
seventh. He's our seventh one in 10 years, I think.
Sixth.
Sixth. Yeah.
He's sixth. The next guy is seventh. But he's the most unpopular prime minister in British history.
Right, but why does that matter?
Because he's got a net negative. Well, because all his cabinet members, not all, a significant amount of his cabinet ministers started resigning. And that is a sign of no confidence. And when you have no confidence, you can't.
Why is he so? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not defending the guy. I can't stand him. But why?
Taxes and
okay. According to the English, why is he so unpopular?
Because he promised to reform the education. Like he promised a bunch of things, like reforming the education system, and a bunch of teachers ended up leaving with the farming and agriculture, I'm pretty sure.
So it's not because he's been letting in a bunch of Islamists, now there's grooming, gang rapes and all that?
That as well.
That's it.
But
okay, I hope that's what it is, because, and this is why I'm asking, because I don't really give a shit if you guys change out to your 20th prime minister in 7 years or whatever, or 10 years. I want you guys in your country to wake up. So if you guys are ousting this guy because of some bullshit union thing or teacher thing, it's like, how about the immigration? Like, I don't know, how about that? Because if you don't wake up to that, you're just gonna put in somebody else that does it.
Yeah, but the person who's coming in, Andy Burnham, is from his same party. That's why Kemi Badenoch from Conservatives is one of the only ones that's acknowledging the immigration issue.
The next guy's worse, but he's unpopular for a variety of reasons. The immigration issue is a reason. The amount of money they're spending on the immigrants is a reason.
So let me get this straight.
The two-tier, hold on. The two-tier justice system. That's why they call him two-tier Kier.
Yeah, but I don't care about this.
No, but this is why he's unpopular. He's unpopular because his energy policies have driven up energy costs in Britain to staggeringly high amounts. He pulled away the heating allowance for pensioners. Like, he attacked farmers.
Okay, I mean,
these are all the reasons.
No, I hear you, but I don't care about I mean, look, I care about it because, like,
grooming gangs.
Yes, I care about things how it's going to affect America in the future. That stuff's not going to affect us. So, I mean, I'm sorry for you guys live in the UK, but I don't care. I'm asking because you said the next guy's worse. When you say worse, he's going to bring in more immigrants?
He's pro-immigrant. He doesn't
see immigration as an issue.
Yeah, he thinks
the Labour Party themselves don't see that.
So what is
trans stuff? He's extreme on the trans stuff. He's extreme on the environment. He wants to do net zero, which is the British plan to be completely carbon neutral.
Okay, but what is the UK doing? Well, my question is, if Starmer, if one of the reasons he's unpopular is because of all the immigrants and the grooming gangs and all that shit, then why are you guys bringing in somebody that's even worse? I don't understand.
It's not our choice, as in because it's not the major election. So we just had the local elections, and with that they had a bunch of, like, the Green Party won constituencies, a bunch of people won constituencies. So we don't have a choice with this one until the big elections.
When's that?
29.
In a while. That's 29. Why there's loads of protests going on with the Restore Party, who want all the immigrants deported.
He resigned as the head of the Labour Party.
I got it.
And since he resigned as head as the Labour Party, he can no longer serve as prime minister because the internal rules of British politics is the head of the party is the one who would ascend to the prime ministership.
I mean, isn't that
so
how
he resigned
is?
as head of the party, which means he resigns as prime minister, which all that means is he's getting replaced by someone else from his party.
In his party.
I got it. I know. I got that. It's the same as Israel, really. But
yes,
so until the next big elections.
What party is he part of?
Labour.
And who's the Conservative Party? Is called the Conservative Party?
The Conservatives is Kemi Badenoch, but then there's also the Green Party, which is Zach Polansky, who's Jewish and pro-Palestine.
Reform.
There's Reform with Nigel Farage, but then there's the Green Party who won over constituencies, and they want
All right, you guys are all speaking too fast.
Yeah.
The Green Party is the Green Party is the
Far
most
left.
left, right?
Yes, and it's
Yes.
run by a gay Jew called Zach Palansky, who is pro-Palestine, and he
So
makes that
from-
very clear when he talks.
So from left to
the big parties in Britain prior to the last few years were Labour, were center left, the Conservatives were center right, the Lib Dems were a little bit. The Lib Dems were center left, the Labour was left, the Green was really left, the Conservatives were center right. Now in the last couple of years, you got Reform and Restore, who are the two insurgency parties, you could say. Reform is led by Nigel Farage, and the Restore Party, I forget the guy's name, but I really like him a lot. I think he's terrific. And the Reform Party is kicking the shit out of both of them.
Okay, so
in all
Reform
the
is
local
right
election.
wing.
Yes, but not
Well,
as right wing.
Right wing for Britain.
It's like right wing, but not as right wing as Conservatives or Restore.
Conservatives are not right wing in
Okay.
Britain anymore. That's
Can
why
you
they
just-
lost.
All right, real quick, can you just tell me in American terms from left to right, how does it go?
So the far left, far left, Green
Green.
Party,
So Green and then Labor?
Then
and
Labour,
then you have Labour. Then you would probably have the
Lib Dems.
Lib Dems. Then Conservatives / Reform are probably similar, and then far right is Restore. But Restore is more of a cultural party. They like want to completely everyone be deported. They're like really extreme.
None of them are
which is
what we
great,
would
but-
consider, none of them are what you and I would consider American conservative.
Well, if you want to deport everyone, I mean, that's...
No, but I'm saying even on economic issues, they're
Mm.
all big. They're all into big government. They're all
Right.
into big spending. They all support the NHS to one way or another. They all support various forms of high taxation. It's just, somewhat much higher than the others. Like, none of them are really actual conservatives, but they are to the right of Marx, so they're called far right.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, let me catch up with these super chats. Chaim said, oh wait, hold on.
Rupert Lowe, that's his name.
Oh yeah, I've
Rupert
heard of
Lowe.
him. I've heard of him.
He's the one that did the report on the grooming gangs. It was his report that was released.
All right, Roy said, yeah, that's where I heard the name. Roy says, in the beginning, God created the Palestinians. Legima says, this is a generational thing of people always been this arrogant, stupid, inarticulate, and ignorant. Maybe. Gotham says, love your post on Twitter about an Israel proxy. Yeah, no one's been able to answer that. What I said, Hammer on X, was, you know what Israel should do? And I said, somebody get this to JD Vance. This will solve the issue in Lebanon, and we can continue the ceasefire with Iran. You ready? All Israel needs to do is completely withdraw from Lebanon and replace the IDF with a group that's funded and weaponized by the IDF, but just don't call it the IDF. Now you can just call it a proxy, and then it'll just be Iran proxy versus Israel proxy, because they don't seem to care that Iran is occupying Lebanon. They only care that it's the IDF. So just have the IDF withdraw and just... Or you know what, better yet, have the exact same guys there take off the IDF patch that they have and put on something else and just call it not IDF. Like literally, that's what it should be. It should be called not IDF. And it's just funded by Israel and it's weaponized by Israel, but it's not Israel. I think it's a great idea.
Nick, earlier before I came on, you were talking to that wholesome guy or whatever. And you guys both said that you think the deal is going to fall apart. Why do you think that?
It's already looking like it's going to fall apart.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Let me refer. This is what I do think. I just don't see it happening in 60 days. Now, I know they can't extend it. And I don't know how early you got here, but he was saying, do you think he's doing this to get past the midterms? I'm like, if he is, he'd have to extend it like 3 or 4. I don't know what an extension is, but let's assume it's a month, right? Each time. You have to extend it like 3 times, because what? 60 days puts us in June,
September.
July, August. No, midterms is November, right? So you have to extend it to September.
November, 3 times.
And then October. Okay, so 3 times. Yeah, so you'd have to extend it 3 times, maybe 4 to put a buffer. I don't know. 3 to 4 times you'd have to extend it. I doubt it. If he had that plan, I feel like, I don't know. It just didn't make much sense to me.
I think Trump is going to sign anything available. He's going to make a deal at all costs. It does not matter what they do. It doesn't matter how much they cheat. It doesn't matter how much they lie. He is going to sign a deal and declare
victory,
peace in the Middle East.
Yep.
He's becoming the modern day version of Neville Chamberlain.
Right. And then he'll just have to kick the can when the next president has to deal with it, or 2 presidents from now will have to deal with it. But at that point, why should
They
he
won't.
care?
But they won't. They won't deal with it. That's the problem. They won't. Israel's alone on this now.
All right.
Israel's alone.
Heinz says new headphones. What happened to the AirPods? They were being weird when I connect them. For some reason, TikTok Live Studio was acting weird. I don't really know why, but whatever. So I put the cans on. Leon, thanks for the super chat. The Real Sal says you're normal America first, not really America first person. Oh, I see what you're saying. Not like the fake. Yeah, I got you. Legima says he's 30 years old and thinks GameStop schemes are a good investment. You say he's poor because he's dumb. He knows he's definitely poor because of the Zionists. The Real Sal says it would benefit Israel more if not an ally public punching back to the United States and just be a strong regional partner for the United States. After the last few days of low IQ trash talking is not good for Israel. Real Sal says UK is cooked. It's an afterthought. Real Sal says the Keith Starmer guy is a fall guy. His party is destroying that country. They are all whack jobs. And
Of course he's the fall guy. He's the prime minister. Like, of course.
And John says Islam out of USA, UK from pro-Israel reporter LA. Not really sure.
When your NBA team isn't doing well, they don't fire the assistant coach. They fire the head coach. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine the Lakers are doing bad and they're like, all right, we've got an announcement. We're firing the assistants, but the head coach gets to stay. It's like, well, wait a second. Of course the head guy is the fall guy. That's the way it works.
I saw more of those videos today we were talking about with all these Europeans that are just loving America.
Dude, it's the best.
It does make you feel
honestly,
pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing.
Did you see
And
did you see that Japanese?
all of them.
But
You know, that's the amazing thing. There's not been a single negative comment from, and like, it is universal across the board. They are all loving it.
Did you see that Japanese guy tried Texas barbecue?
Yeah, yeah. Then you see him when he drank the Buzzball?
Yes.
He
Yeah,
drank-
same guy. Dude, it was so incredible seeing, like, it makes me feel proud to be an American. Sometimes it's hard to. The news is so fucking negative here.
But that's what they hear. They only
Right.
hear the negative. They don't hear the positive. They don't know that what makes America great isn't our Constitution. It's not our government. It's our people. America is great because Americans are great. We are kind. We are generous. We are charitable. We are giving. We are loving. America is great. We're not racist. We're not hateful. We're not any of these things. There are bad people in the country. There's 350 million people here. You're going to have some assholes. But we are a great people, a decent people, a kind people, a godly people.
Yeah.
You should see them when they go into. You should see some of the ones when they go to Costco or Walmart or Bass Pro Shops. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
I'm trying to
They
look it
can't
up
even
right
believe
now.
it.
What's
They're
on
like,
Daily
yeah,
Wire?
The guy walks in and goes, "This Bass Pro Shops is bigger than my entire city."
Yeah, I know. It's incredible. Oh, yeah, this is the video I saw her. Let's see.
They're like, how many different flavors of Oreos do you need? But that's what people don't understand. That's capitalism. There is a
Sure.
demand
It'll
for,
be filled, yeah.
yeah, there's a demand for some goofy flavored Oreo, or else they wouldn't make it.
Right. Yeah, they're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it because it makes money.
Right. But the socialist looks at that and goes, what a waste.
Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, this guy's great. He's from France.
Did you see how many of them were trying to buy ranch?
Yes, and they got stopped. TSA had to put out an announcement.
No, TSA now, well, I don't know if it was them or this, just like you said, capitalism. Because TSA put out an announcement, they made these TSA-friendly ranch bags.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
That's capitalism.
That's
They're
capitalism.
like, please pack your ranch dressing in your suitcases. It is not allowed on the planes. Like, it's so hilarious.
But here's the
Yeah,
thing,
no, but
and
see-
I know this might sound dumb because I didn't know. I've been to Europe before, but not enough to really have known this next piece of information. I didn't know ranch wasn't a thing in Europe.
Israel too.
Well, I did know about Israel, but still, but when you're in
You
Israel,
remember
who
what
the
you
fuck
did
needs
for me?
ranch?
Do you remember what you did for me?
Yeah, you had me put it in my suitcase, right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So I'll tell everyone the story. My daughter went to Israel 2 months before October
God,
7th.
I forgot about this.
2 months before October 7th, and was having the time of her life and loving it. And we were, we talked to her, and she goes, "You guys, there's no ranch dressing in Israel. I really need ranch dressing." And we're like, "Oh, we're not going to ship you ranch dressing." She's like, "No, do we know anyone that's going to Israel?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, Nick's going to Israel." So I sent him the packets, not the actual like bottle of ranch dressing, the packets. And I'm like, "Where Donnie lives is like 10 minutes, 5 minutes from where my
That was
daughter's
super
staying.
close. Yeah.
Can you please take her this ranch dressing? She's dying for ranch dressing." And he took it for me. I appreciate it very much.
Real quick,
She was so happy.
Half these people in the comments saying ranch is gross. If you've ever had real good buttermilk ranch, you're just wrong.
Oh, come on.
Like I feel like you guys had really bad ranch for you to say it's
seriously.
gross.
Yeah, stop it. Come on.
But regardless, I didn't know ranch wasn't a thing. So I'm seeing all these videos on my TikTok of like all these Europeans like, this ranch stuff is so good, and they're like buying bottles of it. And I'm just like, I went to Donnie. I was like, "What, is ranch not like a thing there? Or do they just have bad ranch?" And she's like, "No, they don't do ranch." And I'm like,
"They don't do
really?
ranch at all." Yeah.
Like, what do they eat their wings with? Like,
they don't eat chicken wings.
They don't eat
That's
chicken.
another thing. No, not like. I mean, they eat chicken wings, but not the way we do. Not deep fried.
Not deep fried with like sauce and everything on it. Ugh.
Yeah, no, they don't do that.
Wow.
And this is the beautiful thing about capitalism. Some socialists will say, "Why do you need 14 different flavors of Oreos? That's disgusting when there's poor people who can't eat blah, blah, blah." You know what? People buying those Oreos, whatever flavor they are, someone's making those Oreos. Someone's making the plastic for the boxes.
Yep.
Someone's making the food. Someone's whatever it is. The reason we have 47 different kinds of sourdough bread in the bread aisle is because people love sourdough bread.
Yeah.
And all those people that produce sourdough bread
and
are happy
that
they can sell their bread.
Not just the people that produce it. Also, when it gets to the Target or whatever store, you're also the people that work at Target. You're also helping them out as well.
The delivery drivers, the people who build. How about the people that build the delivery trucks? If there's no deliveries, there's no reason to build trucks. Like it's a good thing. And that's what these people are realizing, is that the abundance, the availability of all these items is what makes us so great.
Yeah, no, that's insane.
We're pretty great.
We are amazing.
No, I want Oreos.
Oreos are great. Let's be real. Oreos are great.
Also,
yeah, how do you eat chicken fingers? How do you eat chicken fingers and French fries? And what if you want to dip your carrots or cucumbers in something? No ranch. No ranch, no life.
Also, you can't even be in a well-off country and talk about like starving kids in Africa while we literally take a shit in not like super fresh water, but pretty much fresh water. Like we're just like, those poor kids. Like, just take a dump in it. You can't. It's insane. No, I didn't know that. I didn't know they didn't eat ranch like ever.
Ranch. They don't have a lot of the cereals that we have. The Oreos, obviously, and the candy. They don't have any of that. Like, I guess I don't go to Walmart a lot. My family's more of a Target family, but there's like a wall. There's a wall of Reese's Pieces, like all these different kinds of Reese's Pieces at Walmart, and these people are like going nuts.
Look at that.
I
want to see this guy real quick. I know he's a Japanese guy. Let me Google this real quick. Japanese guy, Texas barbecue. It made me so happy to watch this video. It's this one.
Oh, it's the fact that
How big is that?
Bite. First bite, man. That's your first ever bite of Texas barbecue. What do you think?
Look how happy he looks.
Hey, that's a shark.
I love it.
Let me catch up to the super chat real quick. The Real South says Ken's homestyle buttermilk ranch will change your life. Yeah, facts. If you have like an actual real, ranch, it's really good. I mean, it's not like I love it, but if I've never had it before, or if I lived in a place that never has it, I imagine I miss it too. John says bacon, not burkas, no Sharia in USA, UK, Europe.
It has so many uses. That's the great thing about ranch, is you can eat it with so many different things.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's not something I think about a lot until you tell me
you have it.
Don't. Yeah, exactly.
I'm Bobby from Japan. It's my first time
Look at
to
this
try.
one.
But what is this?
Buzzball.
Buzzball.
The buzzball.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
I love this guy, dude. I want to be friends with this dude.
And Bob.
That's incredible.
They're going to all these baseball games. The Tartan Army, which is the Scottish fans, they went down to South Beach, Miami, because that's where the next game is, and they went to the Marlins game. And I don't know if you know baseball, but the Marlins have not been very good for a while, and they don't get a lot of fans. And people are commenting, this is the loudest the stadium's ever been. It's the most crowded it's ever been. Like and by the way, the Tartan Army, the Scottish fans, every city they go to, they leave money for charity before they leave. They make a big donation to charity.
Right. You guys, there's a poll if you're on TikTok. Top left. Sammy says, do you think that worst case Israel needs to solo operate in Iran? Even if it means worldwide sanctions and bad relations with Trump, also lots of people depend on Israel anyway. I wouldn't say right away, but it might come down to that, yeah. Car says, Oreos are a knockoff. The original Hydrox is better. I've had Hydrox. They're not better. Available at Amazon. Ali and Alex, thanks to the super chat. I've had Hydrox. They're fine, but they definitely are not better. Also, the name, and I get it shouldn't matter because who cares? It's what it tastes like, but the name is so unappealing. Do you imagine it's like, hey, would you like to have these cookies called Hydrox? Like, it just... That's probably why they're not famous. I bet you if Hydrox was named something different, Oreos would have never been invented. Neckbone, what's up?
Hey, Nick. I'm not an op, so I promise I'll be super quick.
Okay.
So you remind me a lot of like my mentor in life. He's a really cool guy. You should look into him. And so he was a Zionist, but he also was in the nuclear field. His name was Don Miller. And he was a member of the Manhattan Project and worked in the Los Alamos office or whatever, but he was an electrical engineer. He helped wire up the Trinity test and worked directly with Oppenheimer and was present for the Trinity test. And he's a super cool guy, but he collected artifacts from all over the world. The FBI actually raided his house back in like 2011, I think, something like that, like 2011, 2012. He was the world's largest private collector and known as the real life Indiana Jones, but he had like ancient artifacts from like ancient Israel, all kinds of stuff. Really cool guy. You should check him out.
All right, cool. Thanks, man.
Yep.
All right. Young Nuclear. It's like a young Matt Nuclear, like a rap Matt Nuclear. Oh, like a ghetto looking kind of like. Is he gonna speak?
Oh, yo.
Yo.
Yeah, that Daily Wire show, big time.
What are you
Did they
saying
offer
to
you
me
a
right now?
Why'd you turn down the contract? You didn't want anything?
I didn't want to be Ben Shapiro's top goy, you know what I mean? I already get paid $7,000 from Israel. I didn't want to double dip.
I feel like they had to come to you first. There's no way they wanted that kid. Like,
I would double dip.
What's wrong with Matt Nuclear? He's
or
great.
they just scoop him up for cheap. I mean, like, he's like this Angolan guy telling like the Gen Z who like how to be American. It's like that's not gonna work.
What's wrong with being Angolan? He's American as well. He was born in
Yeah,
Angola,
but it's like
but
if
he's
you're gonna
American.
like, yeah, but like you shouldn't like tell Americans how to be American.
He is American.
He is American.
He's Angolan.
He's American. He's an American citizen.
I disagree.
Why do you disagree?
It's not a
Right,
matter
it's
of
not
opinion.
Right.
His
I'm sure
family
there's paperwork.
his family
Yes, there's
legally
paperwork
immigrated.
that says
His
he's
family
American.
legally immigrated to the country, and he is a legal U.S. citizen.
Why does it matter?
You're telling me now for the first time.
Why does it matter exactly? His arguments are
I mean, do you
still.
think people-
His
like,
argument.
it's the
Can you
same
just let me
reason
finish?
people
Can you
don't
just let
like
me finish?
Vivek
Can you just let me
Ramaswamy?
finish? Can you just let me finish?
You asked
Can
the
you just let me
question.
finish? But I didn't finish the question. That's the problem, right? So, if his arguments are going to be the exact same, does his arguments become harder because he's not American? Like if you were to argue against him with something you disagreed with, would you argue differently?
How do you know his viewpoints would be the exact same?
Okay, so I'm asking you, if there was somebody with the exact same viewpoints, but he was born in Los Angeles, right? But he said the exact same words, would he be easier to debate against than someone that was born in Angola and lived here most of his life?
It's not a matter of like.
Can you just answer the
easier or
question without
hard.
being pedantic? Would it be easier or harder?
It's neither.
Okay, so then why does it matter? If you don't agree with him, then just debunk his arguments. Who the fuck cares where he was born when he was a baby? Who fucking cares?
It's just like we don't want to. We don't
Who
want to hear it.
cares? Who
Like, we don't wanna hear it
cares?
from
Who's we?
Angola.
Who's we? Who's we? Who
Americans.
who appointed you spokesperson of Americans? I'm an American, and I didn't appoint
Vivek
you.
Ramaswamy is going to lose Ohio.
I am an American, and I did not elect you, appoint you, or give you any power to speak on my behalf.
Do you care? Are you a conservative or great? Are you conservative or liberal?
Conservative. It's the
Okay,
same reason Vivek
shut up,
Ramaswamy
shut
gonna
up, no,
lose in
stop, I don't care.
Ohio.
You keep trying to change the subject because you're like
No,
scared
it's
to go
not
down this
changing
route.
the
Shut the
subject,
fuck
it's
up.
completely
Shut the fuck
analogous.
up. It's not at all. It's not even close
It's
to.
one-to-one analogy.
Okay, great. That's amazing. Anyways, so back to what I was trying to say. Do you care what leftists have to say if they're born in America?
I don't want to listen to them either.
Okay, great. Perfect. So you agree that it makes more sense to follow values and not someone's birth city. Come on,
No.
just take your time. Yes, no, hello, come on.
It's not parallel. It's not no correlation.
Can you stop stuttering and get it out?
There's no correlation to these
I
things
didn't
you're trying to
ask
draw
for a
comparisons
correlation. I said, would you rather follow values or where someone's birth city is?
Oh, well, I don't have to live in like your binary.
Okay, great.
world,
I'm just
man.
asking which one would you rather, and we can keep going with the conversation after, but can you answer that first? I gotta say, the Angolan kid so far is significantly smarter than you, because I'm asking you pretty basic questions, and you are over here. Shut the fuck up for a second. Just listen.
He lost to Dean Withers.
Just listen. Just listen.
Apparently Anna responded to
Anyways, I don't care. What I'm trying to tell you, right? Or what I'm trying to say now is that this is some very, very basic stuff that I'm asking you, and you're having like a hard time.
These questions are ridiculous.
Wow, you got me. You nailed it. You didn't say why it's ridiculous. They just are. Yeah, you did really well, dude. You're doing an incredible job. You're super smart. I can tell. I can tell you're doing really well in life too.
Yeah.
Luca says, I'm still in shock over the deal with Iran. Yeah. Sammy says, please expand on how Israel might survive on its own against Iran. Supply, ammunitions, sanctions, terrorism, etc. If possible, how will Israel keep funding itself? I know it's theoretical, but I wonder. Just like any other country, bud. It's not. They have to adapt. It's just like anyone else. Whole Truth says, Larry's Israel unalived Khomeini in first seconds of war he spent his whole life fantasizing about. Also, we have to stop pretending that everything is just kind of like going to reverse positions just because JD Vance is saying this and that and the deal sucks. Like, there's a difference between this is a shitty deal and this past couple weeks sucks, and, you know, assuming, oh, we're gonna be on our own, we have to fucking, like, it's all right, let's all just calm down a little bit, okay?
I think there's an obvious trend.
Sure, but and I get it. I do. I understand. It sucks. And so people are naturally going to more emotionally react. But I don't know. You know me. I just really wish people would stop taking this stuff and having like the world is crashing down response
Think of
to
it from an Israeli point of view. Think of it from an Israeli point of view. Okay. Israel served side by side, shoulder to shoulder with the United States, did everything that was asked, stopped when they were told to stop with the 12-day war, with this war. They're doing everything they can to be a good ally, and the second Trump gets cold feet, they're telling Israel to get out of Lebanon. They're telling Israel to do this and that. So from an Israeli point of view,
I get
it's a very
that. I agree
drastic-
with all of that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who are literally turning this into, there's no critique out of their mouths. If you're one of those people doing that, I'm not talking about you. There's no critique. It's just like the whole world is crashing down and everything's failing and everyone's an anti-Semite and everyone's this. And it's like, can we just like, if you have a critique, give the critique. Everyone knows that I have them. I just don't like the extreme responses.
What's up, guys? I just came in to stop by because Goldust shot me a message and said that someone was like coming on here talking about me.
Yeah, it was Nick, dude. He was talking shit about you.
Well, the real Matt.
The guy named Young Nuclear, dude. The obsession that some of you guys have with 19, like with a 19-year-old, is actually crazy. Like that's how I know you're like unemployed, 5'4" and weigh 500 pounds. Because there's no way in hell if I'm like a 25-year-old man that and life is just going great that I'm gonna start making accounts of like 19-year-old fucking people or whatever. But nevertheless, I think you brought something up about me not being born in America. Who gives a fuck? I've been here since I was 6 years old.
I know. I told him
more
that.
than like
I was
99. Like, who gives a shit? Dude? Like, no one cares. If you would like, another big part of that is like, tell me whether or not like that would make you all of a sudden agree with me. It doesn't change anything. It's only something that is used against anybody to just find a way to discredit them. Because if it was like, for example, let's say that my family was here for 3 generations, they would say, okay, well, it was 3 generations or 4 generations. Well, only 4 generations. And if there was something else, it'd be something else. So it's like it's always just a way to try to undermine you or whatever. But nothing's like it's just whack. So yeah, I just came on here for that. It's funny that people are making accounts about me. It's great. I have a lot of the Groypers actually pretty pissed at me because I called Nick Fuentes a Sicilian Mexican. A lot of them are really upset about that. And it's true. Like he identifies as a Mexican. Yeah, he identifies as a Mexican, and he's like leading the white movement. It's like what? And then you have like Myron Gaines and Sneeko. It's like what the hell is going on, dude? But the guy with the Young Nuclear account, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and I'm gonna keep on going, baby. All right. So you can be a fan all you want to, and I'm gonna talk about Israel. I'm gonna talk about anything I want to talk about. Because I'm here, and if you want to change anything, go ahead, fucking deport me. That would be funny. Fucking deport me if you want to. Try it.
Fight the power, man.
Fight the power. Fight the power. Al Goyim. All right, guys. Peace out.
Bye.
Fight the power. Yeah, fight the power that be. Oh, this popsicle is terrible.
Okay. Sorry, I was responding to Anna Kasparian. Hilarious. Here's Anna Kasparian making excuses. So after I called her out yesterday, for those that saw it on yesterday's live, for deleting the post, she, of course, I knew she was going to do this. I was forced to delete the post because you whiny little skanks mass reported it. I stand by the post 100% and I thank you for reposting it. Yeah, because listen, it's not impossible to get stuff removed on X. It happens, but here's how I know it's bullshit. Because first off, one, she said I was forced to delete it, not it was deleted. So that just means it probably just got a visibility thing, which is not really, I mean, it is a report, but it doesn't affect your account in any way. All it means is people have to click view. That's a stupid reason to delete it. But second off, people say shit like, this isn't even that harsh what she said. People say that kind of shit all the time on X. And sure, she's slightly bigger than a lot of people, but she's also not as big as a lot of people have even said shit like that. So it's like, what, do you think X just has like art on specifically for you? Also, I technically reposted the exact same words by posting it myself. I never got a report. So yeah, no, it's obviously fucking stupid. Anyways, I just responded to her right now. Just said, nobody believes you. This is said all the time on X, including me above. By reposting, you're just a coward. You lose every debate by crashing out and pivoting every 5 seconds. Now go back to your corner, to your boss that is named after those that genocided your people, bitch. Look, I generally really wouldn't necessarily talk to a woman that way normally, but not Anna. Anna's a bitch. I don't care what. Well, just to like egg her on. I know she'll never accept it, but oh, and I would destroy you in a Israel. Maybe she'll take the bait. Palestine debate. Bitch. Mashallah. All right. Catch up with these super chats. Let's let us a few more people. I did remember I said I was going to go to Umingo earlier today, but still, someone remind me at like 10, 15, somewhere around there. Hilarious. Nope, I already read that one. Read that one. Oh, Chaim, thanks for the super chat. Don't forget Umingo reminder. Thanks, Chaim. McFly says, if Israel goes independent, they could start selling Merkava 4s. I don't care what anyone says. Merkava 4 is the most beautiful tank ever built. Merkavas are great. No, listen, Israel will be fine, you guys. My hope is that the smaller hope, but, you know, in the sense that anything's possible, is that maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes. The more likely, but still a sense of hope, is that this is probably going to fall apart anyways, but still not that likely. Just more likely. Because as Hammer said, I think Trump is going to just take literally anything so he can just claim victory. Ender, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, Nick?
Much.
So I just had a question, actually. Seeing how all this conflict between the US and Iran unfolded, do you count this as a win for the United States?
Win? No. Loss? No. Win, though? No.
Yeah, because I was about to say the thing. I think both sides took like a pretty equal amount of damages, probably.
Yeah, I'm not denying that Iran did not take... What? Well, what did you say? Sorry, what did you say? Can you repeat it?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Maybe I misheard you.
Yeah, I said like I think both sides took like pretty equal. Okay, I understand that Iran might have taken more damage than.
Okay,
than
I see
the
why
US,
I
but
see why
think
Hammer
that-
laughed. No, it's not even close, dude. I don't even know what you're talking about. Why did you say that?
I don't know. Look, I'm not really like very knowledgeable about the conflict. I just know that the US, like with the deal, wanted
An
to give
equal
like
amount of
300
damage,
billion,
though, dude. Like, think about what you're saying.
because the bases in the US also got hit in
So
the
what?
Gulf area, right?
So what?
We dropped 17,000 bombs.
Dude, they are asking for 300
damn.
billion,
Yeah, I did not see this.
dude. They're asking for $300 billion for reconstruction.
Yeah, and the US is giving it. That's why I'm saying
No,
that's
no.
not, that's,
Okay,
Oh, they're
stop.
not?
Couple things. One, no, they're not. Two, what the fuck does that have to do with my point? Even if the United States was given it, which they're not, what does that have to do with my point? My point is that do you think the U.S. suffered $300 billion in damage?
No.
So then how could it be equal?
No, I just meant like in general the US, because I thought the US wanted to like repay Iran the 300 billion.
Hey,
I had
that's not true. But
information
again,
about that.
I don't see what that has to do with my question. Even if you did think that, I don't know why you're saying I thought. What does that have to? Jesus fucking Christ! Today's like hard. It feels like I'm babysitting people. What does that have to do with my question? Even if the even
your
if
question
the
was how did they
US
take equal amounts of damages, right?
Right. It doesn't matter who's paying it.
But does damage significantly like necessarily mean things that happen during bombings, or can it also mean economical damage, right? So
Okay, anyways,
by me thinking that
so back to what
$300
I was
billion
saying. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to deny that Iran obviously got hit extremely hard. Nobody should be denying that. I know people will deny it, but that's just people coping. Of course they did. But that being said, two things can be true at once. There's a lot of people that are trying so hard to just defend Trump and being like, this is great, seriously, it's good, and they're making like TikTok videos debunking other people. And then there's people on the other side who are like pro-RGC people being like, haha, we totally won, we're great. And it's like, two things can be true at once. You guys got fucked up, and this is a shitty deal. That's where I stand.
Don't say you guys, man. I'm not with Iran.
I'm
bro.
not talking about...
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Ender, you got anything else, or is that it?
No, I just wanted to ask your opinion
All right,
on that.
mashallah, thanks. Isaac, what's up?
Hey,
It's hot.
can you hear me?
Dude,
It's
it's
hot.
ISAAC. I'm saying Isaac. Isaac, go ahead.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Sure can.
Oh, perfect. And so I agree with every point you have, but the two big problems for the world, I think it's first education. Before they get pulled into leftism or Islam, they need to learn. I'm a Mexican, so yeah, I agree on you respecting your borders. But education is the most important thing you need to have in a country. If not, you're gonna lean to leftism way far, or into the right way far.
Cool. Okay.
So that was it, and I was just about to tell you that you are great. You
Thanks,
are
man.
influence in the world, and I hope you become more like Charlie Kirk and follow Christianism.
All right, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one, okay?
You too.
Bye-bye. Quick, the Real South says, Nick, if you debate Anna, I'll buy you each week Texas Roadhouse with all the fixings and Buttermilk Ranch. I know the Ken's Mafia. I'm connected, bruh. Nice. She'll never debate me. I think the only way it would happen is if we just happen to be like on the same show. It's like, 'cause I don't think she does individual debates with people that are at least much smarter. She just happens to like when Shabbos Kestenbaum shut her up, it's because they were on the show together, not because I'm sure she agreed to debate him. Legima says, if Anna Kasparian agrees to debate, it will be the best correction of an Armenian since that one video none of us have definitely ever not watched even once. Joel, go ahead.
Nick.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
Hey, hello.
It was so cool talking to you, actually.
Thanks.
I didn't think you'd get me on here, but I just want to say I really loved your debate with Sneeko.
Okay. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I thought that was amazing, dude. I've watched it like 2 times.
Really?
Like, what the? Every time I watch it, it's like you just kick ass. I don't mean to be a big. Maybe I'm just talking too fast, but
Get a hobby.
Well, I got a hobby. I got a job.
I think your hobby's great. Nick Mattel, I think it's a great hobby. All right, Joel. Appreciate you. Have a good one, okay, brother?
You too, brother.
Bye-bye.
Twice.
Mean, go ahead. What'd you say,
Yo,
Weiss?
what's up, Nick?
Weiss.
I can't hear you. Mean, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hey, just want to say I'm a big fan, and I had a question for you.
Oh,
I'm seeing some like.
I'm sorry. I just realized that super chat was about Kim Kardashian. You're sick. You're gross, dude. My bad. Keep going. Go ahead, Meme.
Hey, yeah, no worries. I wanted to ask because I see some people that are like, they have this like anti-Israel sentiment. Do you know anything about the Havara agreement? Because I hear some people talk about it, saying how like the Nazis and like Israelis minted the coin together. So I really wanted to know your opinion on it.
So no, actually, that's a disinformation right there. That coin was actually minted by a person who was a part of the Nazi party, who that coin was given to a Jewish person. So that coin actually wasn't necessarily about the Havara agreement. It had nothing to do with it. It was about an individual that specifically, it was about a story of a Jew and a guy that was part of that party, because we're on TikTok, I'll say Yahtzee party, that were actually friends. As for the Havara agreement, that's a real thing, but it's just a separate thing. The Havara agreement was before the Holocaust. It was in the 30s, really. It was some Zionists that saw the rising anti-Semitism and the Germans' desire to rid the lands of the Jews up and coming, at least. Got to put your mind in the set. It's not, we can look at it now and see, we know what happened in the Holocaust and everything, but at the time period, it was kind of like a new party up and coming. And so they wanted to work with them about getting Jews out of there, because it was like a win-win. Like, you don't want us here, we want to be there, win-win, right? This is before any of this idea of like extermination. Remember, the Nazis and even Hitler, his first plan wasn't necessarily like, we want to go straight into exterminating all the Jews. That didn't really come later, especially when we were talking about the codification of that, like codifying that plan. That didn't come until 1942, really, which was the Wannsee Conference. It was January 20th, 1942 when that came. So we're talking about a decade or a little less than a decade before that. And so that's what that agreement was. That's it. It's not, people trying to change it today, because really what it is that the Palestinians, and by the Palestinians, remember, they didn't call themselves Palestinians. Tim, you're doing this whisper noise and it's really creeping me out, so I'm going to mute you. They didn't call themselves Palestinians at the time, right? They were Arabs, but the Palestinians literally worked with the Nazis, and they were friends with the Nazis, and Hajj Amin al-Husseini literally went to Germany to meet with the Nazis and look at the concentration camps. He even had in his journal a plan to build a concentration camp to slaughter Jews outside of Nablus. Like, this was what the Palestinians are doing, is they're trying to take the narrative, because they were literally Nazis. They're former leaders, right, that led to the creation of the Palestinian people, were Nazis. Not like, I'm not saying Nazi like anti, no, I mean literally they were Nazis. And so they're just trying to get ahead of that narrative being spread out by being like, oh, you guys were. And it's like, okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, thanks very much. One more thing. Can you say Javid Shah?
Javid Shah.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tim, what's up? Actually, real quick, this real Saw says the King guy saying get a hobby made me drop my beer laughing. That was great. I loved it. Thank you. He did that. All right, Tim, what's up? Nope. Okay. Angry, what's up?
Hey man, how are you? How's everyone else doing there?
Mashallah.
Quick question for you. You probably mentioned it at some point in your hours and hours of lives, but Mandami and his speech at the Knicks, and then him doubling down against AIPAC and calling the AIPAC of the Jews monsters. What do you feel about that? Like, why should the New York City mayor even talk about Israel and Palestine?
Because he's Muslim?
Especially at a basketball game. And
it's because he's Muslim?
No, it's because he's a leftist. It's because he's a leftist.
Okay, we'll combine forces here, Hammer. It's because he's a leftist Muslim. It's double whammy.
Yeah, but why do we allow that? Like, why do people?
What do you mean allow it?
What do you want to do?
Hey, he's an American.
Like they do in Britain.
I don't know. That's my question. My question is, what the hell do we do about morons?
He's
like
an American. He can say what he wants.
Yeah, I know he can say what he wants, but I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated. I'm looking to you for some help, man.
What do you? Stop getting so. I just was talking about this. I get the emotions right now, especially right now. But people really need to take the emotions that they're feeling, which I get it. It sucks, and it sucks almost even worse than, let's say, a couple years ago. Not like right after October 7th. That's the worst. But I'm saying when things were just Israel and pro-Israelis were feeling on the defensive, and the reason it sucks worse now is because we felt like a sort of light, Trump won, things were kind of looking up, the hostages came home and all this stuff, and it's like, it still sucks, but things are going in the right direction. So when you get that big, just like Spartan kick backwards, are we still ahead of where we were maybe before? Yeah, but it still sucks because it's like, you just kind of feel like you're on the defensive again, and it's like, that really sucks to go back to that place. But what I'm trying to say, maybe I'm not wording it right. I'm not trying to say Israelis especially, but Jews, pro-Israelis shouldn't feel emotional about what's been going on. I'm trying to say take that emotion, ball it into something that's useful, if you can.
Yeah, I'm trying my best, but
Mamdani is not a useful thing to worry about. Who cares?
Well, just, being an ex-New Yorker and seeing the amount of anti-Semitism that's coming in the world, especially from New York, and the amount of morons that just follow the anti-Semitism. I think we need like a Pied Piper to get the Palestinians out of America.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm not from New York, but I've been putting on X multiple times, and every time I say it, it actually goes viral. I always say New York was better when it was controlled by the Jews and the Italians and the Irish.
100%.
Now
100%.
It's not this. New York is just it sucks. It used to be one of the greatest cities in the world, and now it's just like you go there and it's just dirty and trash and just like and the people are dirty, and it's like it smells. Yeah, and it's like, dude.
I know. I left in 2009.
And you look at
I saw it
these,
coming.
you look at these old videos of New York from the 20s to even just like the 90s, really 80s to 90s.
Yeah.
It's like, wow,
Yep,
it looks
yep.
like a really cool place. And then it's just like, that wasn't that long ago. And now look at it.
80s. Not the 80s. That was Dinkins. It was
Okay,
bad.
fine, fair enough. I can't
90s.
speak on that, but
Giuliani. When Giuliani took over.
what was that? 90?
Yeah, Giuliani was great.
Giuliani was mid-90s.
Mid-90s, yeah.
Even Bloomberg, it wasn't so bad, but after that, it went.
Bloomberg was,
Yeah.
I actually, for a Democrat, Bloomberg, I actually don't mind at all.
He was a Republican. He pretended to be a Democrat to run in the election, but he's always been.
Okay, well, maybe that's why I didn't. Maybe that's why I didn't mind him.
That's Jewish brain right there.
No, seriously,
Anyway,
when it was Italian and Jewish, like when you think of New York, I mean, dude, people literally call it Jew York. I mean, it's like it was just a cool place. And dude, I'm from LA. I have every reason to talk shit about New York, but I'm trying to be serious right now. Like, put the jokes aside. Like, it was a cool fucking place. It's not anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I grew up in Brooklyn, and my neighborhood was Italian and Jewish, and we all got along real well, and it was great, man. It was great. Anyway, thanks a lot.
All right, brother. Hang in there.
I appreciate the talking me off the cliff.
All right, have a good one, brother.
Good.
Yeah, bye. Why can't a conservative pretend to be a socialist to get elected and then flip? That would actually be pretty funny, I ain't gonna lie. All right, real quick, before I get off TikTok and go over to you, Mingle, you guys, if you're in my Discord, first off, if you're not in my Discord, why aren't you in my Discord? It's no longer nickmattel.com. I think it's nickmattel.net. Hold on. Hold that thought. Yes, nickmattel.net. That'll send you right to the Discord. That being said, if you're already in the Discord, excuse me, sorry. Dang, Kenyan Zionist, you got a violation on Instagram for posting a comment? Dude, Instagram is just... If everyone's wondering, because I got a lot of texts, what's up with your Instagram? It takes time, but they're still confident they can get it back. Hopefully this week. Hopefully. Or maybe they'll just end up coming back to me and saying, yeah, fuck you. Get fucked. In which case, of course, I'll just start a new Instagram. It sucks, but they're confident they can get it back. Anyways, if you guys go onto my Discord, right? Which, hold on, let me actually check one thing real quick. Where is it? How many people do we have in the channel right now? 1,309 members. That's incredible. Anyways, you guys go onto the Discord. There's a new channel now. Where is it? It's called... Is it not there anymore? Quixie, Kenyan, where's the new thing where you can put in... where people can put in timestamps? Am I being R-worded right now? Like, am I just like tripping? Like I really just don't see it? Might be. Okay, let me just go with rules, announcements, other content creators' lives. I think you're on there, Hammer.
What?
I have this thing where it's like other content creators' lives, so that way if you go live,
Hey,
they get
Nick, I'm here.
Kenyan!
I can't remember the last time I went live. I can't
Hey,
even remember.
it's below discussions. There's a category called forums. Under discussions, there's forums.
Okay. Why do I not see? Okay, so the main
There's
things I
forums.
see is staff, information, general, voice channels, logs.
Let me tag you in it.
All right.
Let me tag you. Under discussions.
I know you keep
There's a category
saying
called
discussions,
forums.
but I don't see discussions.
Okay, just a sec. Let me tag you. Okay, I've tagged you in main chat. If you click that, you should be able to see it.
Okay. Main chat. Video clip suggestions. Oh, that's weird. For some reason, mine's all the way up where it says suggested. It's not under discussions. That's why I didn't see it originally. Oh, it says right here, this channel is not on your channel
Or you
list.
might need to
Okay, I just added it to the
you
channel
need to show all
list.
channels under settings.
So, no, I just
under
I just
settings,
got,
there's
hold on, I
show
just
all
got
channels.
something that said add to channel list. I did, and now it does show up. It wasn't showing up before, but, and that's fine. It's not a big deal, but does that mean nobody else has it either? Like, why did I have to add it manually?
No, most people should have it.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe
We've put an announcement where I'll put an announcement where you can where they need to reload the application. That it does that sometimes because we
weird.
change the settings.
Okay, anyways, you guys, if you go over to Discord, you should see it. Yeah, there's something under general where the main chat and media chat and all that stuff is. There's something called forums, and it says video clip suggestions. And so what it is, right, because I finally did the thing I kept telling you guys I was going to do, and I do have some professional editors now. So they're going to help me with pretty much YouTube videos, but they also do short form content, right? And so, okay, yeah, see, other people are saying in the YouTube, I don't see forums. Okay, you guys, I don't really know why, but we'll figure that out in a second. If you guys go to the main chat, though, right now, you'll see how Kenyon just put it in the main chat, so you guys could just click on it, and then you'll get to it. So there's that as well. Oh, wait, hold on. Someone said, don't you mean reaction suggestions? Is there a new channel?
Reaction suggestions is one we put for either videos for you to react or for members of the channel of the server to talk about a topic. But that's something different.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the people asking in the main chat, don't you mean reaction suggestions? Yeah, this is... dude, you guys should have told me. I didn't even know this. Anyways, the reaction suggestions is like when I go over to YouTube right now before you mingle, it's a way for you guys to say, hey, Nick, can you react to this video on the YouTube, right? I won't do it on TikTok because TikTok does not like when you look at things that are not TikTok. But that's what reaction suggestions are. But there's another thing called video clip suggestions. So all you guys got to do, you can read what Quixie put. He put a little instructions, but essentially all you got to do is click new post. You can put in the title or the message, whatever. You can title it whatever you want. And then in the message, just put the YouTube link, right? So like, for example, let's say I just finished a live. Just copy that link, put the YouTube link, and then put the timestamps. And then just general, you don't have to go super in depth, just general like, hey Nick, this was a good clip. Now these are not for YouTube videos. These are like if you want a 3-minute or less clip that I'm gonna put on hopefully Instagram, if I ever get it back, you know, TikTok, you know, shorts, YouTube shorts, Reels, TikTok, etc. You guys get it. So it's for you guys to be able to, one, it helps me out, right? Because then I can give these to my editors now, and then they can create some short form for me as well. But also it's for you guys as well. If you think that's a really good, that would make a really good clip. Or let's say it's 5 minutes long, but you think I can condense it down to less than 3 minutes, right? Like give me the start and end, and then you can put in the instructions like, yeah, you can cut out these middle parts, but like this was a good clip. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So that's for you guys to be able to do. Don't go crazy with it. Like, make sure it's good. Obviously, I'll look at them, but if they suck, you know, then it ends up becoming more of a waste of time because then I have to look through it just for me to be like, that's a stupid clip. No offense. Nick's making us editors without pay. No. You don't have to edit it. I mean, if you guys want to edit it, that would be nice, but don't edit it. I'm not trying to make this take any of your guys' extra time. This is just kind of like a, you know, you don't even have to give me the exact timestamp. You can just write it down real quick and be like, yeah, it was like 5 seconds after the 5-minute mark or something. I'll be able to find it if you just give me enough little like, yeah, Nick, it was when you told that hijabi girl, blah, 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 right? And I'll find it. Just Moderate says, what if I don't want to, then what? All right, everyone go over to Moderate's Instagram and masturbate. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, you guys should go over to Moderate's Instagram or TikTok. He's been killing it on TikTok, but he always kills it on Instagram, but his TikTok's been popping off. And actually, you know what? Let's watch it right now because this is hilarious. I watched this earlier from Moderate and I busted up laughing, and then I'll end the TikTok stream. he went up against that social black theory guy who's just an idiot. And for some reason, he tried to respond to Moderate. And it was one of those things where it's like, the first video Moderate made, and you guys will see it in a second, it's like, yeah, you can't respond to that. And somehow he did try to respond to it, and I don't know what he was thinking. So I'll show you guys the first video. It's actually hilarious. No, not that was the second one. This is the first one.
It was self-defense. Carmelo Anthony didn't have a knife. He had a multi-tool that had a blade.
He says Carmelo Anthony didn't have a knife. He had a multi-tool that had a blade. Well, dude, this photo was just released after the trial concluded. This is the knife that Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf with. In fact, there is blood on that knife all the way down the blade. This is the photo of a jacket that a coach took off of himself to try to press.
Okay. I'm going to go straight to the second video because it is so hilarious. I just wanted to give you guys some context. I'm not even going to show you Simple Black Theory's video of response because it's so stupid and Moderate shows enough of it
Carmelo
anyways.
Anthony didn't have a knife. He had a multi-tool that had a blade.
Well, dude, this photo was just released after the trial concluded. This is the knife that Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf with.
We about to fact check this.
Fact check what, dude? That is a picture of the knife that he used.
That's the part that I actually fucking started laughing at. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, fact check what? You just showed the picture. It's a knife. It's like saying this, like if Moderate made a video saying the sky is blue, and he's like, we about to fact check this shit. Like, what do you mean? What is there to fact check?
What the hell are you talking about? First, I wasn't wrong in that video. Because it was a multi-tool. It was a 6-in-1 multi-tool.
It was a knife, okay? And the issue is that you are trying to downplay it and act as if it wasn't a knife by calling it a multi-tool. And then you cite this screenshot from Yahoo.
I also want to point out, like, I mean, obviously, Moderate showed the video. It's definitely a knife. But, like, even if it was a multi-tool, why does that even matter? Like, what? You took something, put it through their skin, and stabbed their heart. Why would it matter?
You crop it? Why did you cut out?
Like, if it was a piece of glass and you used that to stab somebody, would you be like, well, it wasn't a knife? Like, you killed him. What does it matter?
The article or the paragraph in the article right above this section. You went to this article and screenshot this segment here to put into your video when right above it, it's literally called a knife. They say the knife that he used to kill Austin Metcalf was from the Walmart brand Ozark Trail. And Walmart says 6-in-1 multi-tool knife. With light. Now, what are the practical uses for this 6-in-1 multi-tool? Well, the first listed as a function is, well, it's a knife. Oh, and again, the article that you selectively took screenshots out of and cropped to put into your video? Yeah, the title of the article is Carmelo Anthony used cheap Walmart knife to kill Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet. Now, I also think it's important that we don't forget that different states have different laws, and this incident happened in the state of Texas. Now, let's go to Texas's state penal code. Now let's take a look at what it says about what is and isn't classified as a knife. Well, would you take a look at that right there, number 7. Knife means any bladed hand instrument that is capable of inflicting serious bodily injury or death by cutting or stabbing a person with the instrument. Sounds just like what Carmelo Anthony used, what you're calling a multi-tool. That everyone else calls a knife, only you call it a multi-tool, to kill Austin Metcalf. He used a knife. Regardless of whether or not you want to call it a multi-tool, he used a bladed instrument that falls under the category legal.
Oh, wow. That's funny. To user in the chat, you said your friend wants to debate. Is he already here? He's not here? Well, either tell him to go over to Umingle or tell him to come back tomorrow. He ran away? Oh, well. Can't force him to debate, but sure, I'll debate your friend if, well, first he can't run away, so there's that, but tell him to come back tomorrow if he wants, or go over to Umingle right now. You guys, sorry, I'm ending the TikTok live. No, wait, who's that? Talia, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
I first just want to say, like, I'm sure we're not going to agree with like everything, but I just want to say, out of all the streamers on like in your circle, I feel like you're definitely one of the more respectful ones, for sure. So I just want to compliment you on that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It just depends on how the other person's acting, but if they're respectful, then yeah, I try to be.
Yeah. I just had a question. This really has like nothing to do with like actual like any like heavy topics. It's more just like an experience that I went through the other day on TikTok.
Okay.
And it was funny because someone recommended me to join your live. I was running a live and it got a bit chaotic. I had to drop some people just because they broke some of my rules in my live.
Sure.
There was some anti-Semitism going on. There was some anti-Zionism going on. There was a whole bunch of stuff going on. But I was just simply sitting, hosting, and just reading facts off of Google. I wasn't participating in any of the nonsense.
Right.
Then one of the two right wingers on the chat brought me into their chat to ridicule me and tell me how bad of a Jew I am.
For?
Because I have some critiques on Israel and stuff.
Okay.
I guess it depends on the critiques.
Yeah, I was about to say, just kind of depends on what you mean by that.
It wasn't, it's fine. Like, if you want to attack me for my views, like, not you, but like in general, fine. But these people were like saying, like, oh, she looks like she's on drugs. Like, I don't care that she's an SA, because I did
Okay,
mention
yeah,
I was at
obviously that's
SA.
ridiculous.
Yeah, and I just
Oh, you're cutting in and out, Talia.
I just wanted to make you aware of that there were. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in a tunnel.
No, that's okay.
What are your views on Israel that they were criticizing? Maybe I'll criticize you.
I don't really want to get into it now. I just wanted to bring that up. I'll definitely, we will be able to get into it another time. I promise. I'm not like dodging that. I'm
No
just
worries.
like exhausted.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll survive.
I just wanted to make you aware that two people on the Zionistic side were kind of rude to me, and I just want to say, like,
I can't.
If you want to like turn me on to something, like the best way to do it is like not you, but like having like people not attack me.
Listen, I cannot control adults, just to be real with you. Do I agree with them? No. And I'll use this time to say now you definitely shouldn't just be attacking people, right? If we have critiques about people, like I was just saying earlier, we need to take those critiques and give them in a way that makes sense, not just, go straight to emotion. That's the best I can do. Obviously, I can't control people. Sorry that happened to you, but that's the best I can do, honestly. People are people on the internet. Unfortunately.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Who was it?
Thanks for having me.
Let's name some names. Who was it?
No names. Thank you.
They're in the chat if you want to read it.
Oh, they're in the chat right now.
Someone already wrote them, so I can't. I can't. Yeah, but I'm not going to say it out loud.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks again. When I do like want to talk more about IP, I'll definitely pop up here.
Yeah, let's talk about it later. Because in the end, I don't know, and I'm not trying to say you did anything wrong. I'm just saying I don't know what you said, and I don't know what they said. So
the problem,
I can't.
I think, if anything, is that I didn't say enough, and that I'll take accountability on for sure. But I don't need to be like attacked for it.
No, that's totally fair. I'm just saying, like, for me to take one side and get into a sense of drama, it's like it would be unfair. Because again, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying I don't know what was said. So I would say the same thing if somebody came up on the opposite side, like you need to start attacking Talia because of blah 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 blah. And I would say the same thing. Like, look, I wasn't there. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, they're naming names in the comment section. Interesting.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
If I see it myself, when do you go live normally?
I'm pretty spontaneous because my job is a spontaneous job. I'm a photographer, so.
Okay, well, if I happen to ever, I don't really watch TikTok a lot, but if hypothetically I happen to ever be in your live, maybe I'll pop in.
Yeah, no, and for people that are telling me to drop, I'm literally about to just give me a chance. I just literally wanted to compliment Nick and just say that he's a very respectful debater on here, and that you guys should, have fun on this panel.
I appreciate it. I barely read the chat. All right, Talia, God bless. Thank you so much for coming up, okay?
Bye.
Bye. All right, y'all. I'm ending the live. Heading over to YouTube. Guys, Leitchot, Laila Tov, Am Yisrael Chai, God bless America. See you guys over to YouTube, or if you guys stay on TikTok, follow Donnie wherever she goes. To the Yumingle.
Tonight I'm not doing anything.
Okay, well then see you guys on YouTube or X or Twitch. Peace. All right, y'all. We did it. We did it. We got off early today. Let's go ahead and play the Arabs and Cars song, and we'll get over to the thing, the Umingle.
You know what that means?
What the hell is going on?
Hanging out in a car. Everyone sing along from the west to the east to the north to the south.
Okay, I see you guys say no sound. I know why, because for some reason it's always something with audio. Dude, I need to hire like an audio engineer. It's playing through my speaker, and that's why it's low, because you guys are hearing it from the microphone and not from how it normally plays. Telling you, it's always something. Hold on a sec. With Ambassador Mike Huckabee, so okay, so you guys can hear that though, right? Okay, cool.
It's Omegle time, everyone!
Not either. Why the fuck's it keep doing that?
It's Omegle time, everyone! You know what that means? Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. Absolutely no women, just 3 bros hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Come on, everyone, sing along. From the west to the east to the north to the south. From the river to the sea. All we see is Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. We click next.
And what do you see?
No women, absolutely no women, just bros in a car. Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Omegle time!
Luna, you're supposed to debate for me. Luna was supposed to debate for me. I saw her stand up on the little chair. I saw someone in the comments saying, what's this furry creature on the chair? That's Luna. Yeah. Luna sucks as a host? That is the worst thing you could have ever said. How dare you? I'm getting put on timeout for 10 seconds for that. Nice. I'm responding to. It's funny when Annika Sparian retweets you. Isn't it kind of funny how the only people seem to come from her people, if you will, her followers, I should say, just always the people that are just straight up like just anti-Semites. Like the ones that don't even try to pretend to say stuff like Zionists. They just straight up say Jews and shit. Yes, Luna. Coach just sent me that Anna commented under his video too. That's hilarious. Nick, tomorrow is my birthday, June 24th. 33, baby. Happy birthday, Dinesh. Everyone say happy birthday to Dinesh in the comment section. Uzi says, have you seen this chink video from old times doing the rounds today back when he was condemning Hamas and Hezbollah? I have seen it, but it was a long time ago. So don't give me this shit about America. All right. Let me just let Luna out, and then we'll go to... Yes, baby. All right. Let's go to it. Hello. Hello.
What up?
Not much. What up with you?
Just chilling. How about you?
Just chilling and streaming.
For sure. What's the discussion topic?
Israel, Palestine, politics, conservatism, stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, I forgot to put this on. Are you streaming?
Yeah, I just told you I'm chilling and streaming.
Okay, but okay. Yeah, I mean, my main thing is like, I mean, I don't know if I want to be on a stream though. That's the thing.
Okay, you can just skip then.
Okay, thanks. Have a good night, my guy.
Bye.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, no, I can't complain. Is that a Seahawks jersey?
Yeah.
You're in Seattle?
No, I just got family in Seattle.
I was stationed in, not Seattle, technically Bremerton, but I was stationed there. Man, they were, I mean, I think I was stationed there like the year after they won that Super Bowl, but they were big fans there.
Yeah, they're like I think they got a reward for like being the loudest fans.
That's probably true. Anyways, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. I'm streaming right now, so that's why if someone's like under the age of 18, I just usually skip.
Oh, interesting. What are you streaming on?
YouTube and X and Twitch.
Interesting.
So
are you big?
I don't know. What's big?
I don't know. How many followers do you have?
On which platform? Or like overall?
Like, what's like around the average? What's your biggest amount of followers?
Well, Instagram technically, that's at 210,000, I think.
Dang.
But I just started YouTube like a few months ago, and I'm at about 65. What am I at? What am I at on YouTube, guys? Oh, actually, no. Let me check. I think it's like 65,000, give or take. 64.6. So about 65,000.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So I see it says you like politics. What do you?
I'm a conservative. Not necessarily MAGA, if you will. I mean, I voted for Trump and I support him, but I'm not one of these people that like deify the guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then geopolitics, I'm obviously pro-Israel. I'm pro the Iranian people, not the Islamic regime.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
I'm conservative, I would say.
You are conservative. Oh, wow. It's cool for being so young.
Yeah. I guess I get it from my parents, you know, but
I can't tell if this dude's dripped out or not. Got like a watch, got a ring on and shit. But, you know, they might just be basic things. Fair enough. Anyways, well, my chat thinks you're good looking. I don't know if they're dudes or chicks saying that, but anyways, that's cool, man. So you're conservative, but you're young. So how do you feel about Israel? A lot of young people are kind of not pro-Israel.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay. You can be honest. It's fine. This is what I do.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're. Yeah, well, wait, so why are you pro-Israel? That's what I want to know.
They pay me. No, I'm just kidding. I used to, so I'm not Jewish or Arab or Muslim or any of that. But about 5 years ago, I looked into it more I probably was like more pro-Israel, but I didn't really care that much. And like, I kind of saw the appeal to being pro-Palestinian for about 5 seconds because they use a lot of emotional arguments, so it's quicker to get to you. And then when I would look into the news, sometimes it would be like, yeah, how do you defend that from Israel? But I'm a guy that does like an autistic level of research when I really want to know something. And the more I like dug in, I realized that a lot of this shit was not true or extremely exaggerated. And so, not that Israel's perfect. I mean, obviously they've done mistakes, and so is America, so is every country. But you know what I mean? Like a lot of the hyperbole and stuff around Israel was extremely exaggerated. So I pretty much have been really studying and researching it for pretty much every day for the past 5.5 years now at this point, or almost 5.5 years. And so I ended up learning a lot, more than even people in Israel, to be honest with you. And so I became pro-Israel and just realized that there was a lot of propaganda around it. And I found also that the propaganda around it was the exact same people that were partnering with leftists, that were also the same people partnering, for example, with Qatar, who spends so much money into our university system, by far. They're like by far the most. And so, look, I don't have all of the things that connect together, but I found it very interesting that the same people that were like communist, Marxist, BLM, were also Free Palestine, were also funding our university systems. And I think it's not a secret that our education system has definitely been hijacked by the left and a lot of this like kind of woke ideology. So it's either the biggest coincidence in the world, or maybe there's something more sinister going on.
Interesting.
Right.
Okay. So you wouldn't describe like what's going on in Palestine as like a genocide, or what?
No, not even a little bit.
The flattening of.
Well,
the
yeah.
city,
So
the
there's two
country.
different things. There's difference between destroying an entire. It's not a country, but sure. But the Gaza Strip. Well, not the entire, but a lot of it, and a genocide. Right? Genocide would be a completely separate thing. That is the systematic attempt to destroy a people as an identity, as a people. Right? If you're destroying so many buildings, because right now, assuming Hamas's numbers are correct, which I don't necessarily believe Hamas, but let's just go with them just so we can have a baseline. About 3% of the strip has been quote unquote killed. And that's not civilians. That's all. That's whether they're a terrorist, a civilian, a collaborator, that's everyone, period. Right? 3%. But about 80 to 90%, according to the UN, has been the buildings have been destroyed or damaged. So I'd have to ask somebody naturally if the percentage of buildings that have been struck are so high, somewhere to 80 to 90%, but the death toll is only about 3% to 4%, why would there be such a disparaging amount? Why wouldn't the percentages be closer? There's only one obvious answer. It means that they got them out of the way of those buildings before destroying them. So now you take away genocide. Now maybe your question's like, okay, fine, maybe it's not genocide, but why would they destroy all the buildings? Well, I simply have to ask you, well, what should they strike? So Hamas, whether we like it or not, did control the Gaza Strip. Do they have any military bases? The answer is no. Well, what do they use? Do you agree that you agree Gaza's a densely populated area?
I would say so.
Like,
It's a
yeah,
small
right?
area.
Yeah, a lot of people for a small area. So if Gaza, Hamas, or PIJ, or PFLP, or DFLP, all these terrorist organizations in Gaza, if they don't have military bases, what do they use instead? The only thing left would be civilian areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't deny this. It's not like Hamas denies using civilian areas. So then the next question is, did Hamas control all of Gaza? The answer is yes. Do you agree Hamas wears just normal civilian clothes when they fight? I don't know if you've ever seen a video of them.
Well, I do know like there was like they were bombing hospitals. I know some of them were confirmed to be under control by like I think it was hospitals like
Yeah,
to be
European
under control by,
hospital.
like,
Mohammed
soldiers.
Sinwar was underneath the European hospital when he
Yeah,
was killed.
but it also gets to a point where it's like, well, a lot of those hospitals also have children in them, like actual dying Palestinians.
Sure, so they say. It's funny how they again, there's things that we can never prove, but it's funny how the Palestinians have no problem shoving dead bodies in front of a camera. In fact, they do it all the time. But when you hear about these like massive massacres, like this bomb took out 500 people, it's interesting how they somehow never show us that one. I get that's a little bit of speculation. I'm just saying it's a little interesting that they somehow just tell us and we're just supposed to take their word for it. Because you know the Gaza Ministry of Health, you know who runs it, right?
No.
Hamas. Literally. Hamas, when you hear the ministry, the health ministry or Ministry of Health said this many people died or this many people are dead, it is literally Hamas is saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Could they be telling the truth? I mean, I guess literally they could, but every war ever that they've been at with Israel, they've always lied. Excuse me. They've always lied about the amount of civilians that have been killed. So take it for what it is. But regardless, I agree with you. I think war in general, even the cleanest wars, is always going to be pretty awful. We shouldn't strive for war ever. However, that doesn't make war the worst decision, right? Sometimes you're left into a position where war is awful. We acknowledge that, but it's still necessary. And so, how would you, because you seem respectful, I want to ask, how would you respond? You know what happened on October 7th, right? I don't have to repeat any of that.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, you understand 1,200 people were killed, by far mostly civilians.
Yeah. A decent amount of people were killed,
right.
Yes.
How would you respond if you were in charge of Israel? What would you do?
I think with 1,200 people dying, I think that's a big problem. I think like most countries would most likely retaliate. But I think it gets to a point where I think it's how many Palestinians have been killed by now? It's like 50,000.
Well, again, if we go with what Hamas says,
yeah, if you're
yeah, they said it's 72,000 right now.
Like that's a lot of people.
Well, you can also look at it from the other point of view, right? That's over the course of almost 3 years. When they killed 1,200 people and kidnapped another 251, right? They did that in about 6 hours. You can, and that, by the way, they did that with AK-47s, RPGs, grenades, fire, accelerants, etc. Israel, on the other hand, you agree, has significantly more military power. That's a fair statement. Jets,
and
missiles,
the support of
and the support,
US,
right?
yes.
You cannot look at a 6 hour. You can't look at an entire 24-hour period where Israel has killed anywhere near that rate. But you agree, they have much more capability to be able to do that. So that's part of what shows intent, right? The fact that they have significantly more capability and they still have never killed anywhere near the rate that Hamas did in just 6 hours. And so I agree with you. Is the total number larger? Yes, of course it is. We shouldn't measure wars based off of who's been killed more, but of intent. If Hamas wasn't stopped in the Negev desert down south, they would have kept going. They would have went to Tel Aviv, they would have went to Haifa, they would have went all the way to the Lebanon and Syria border. Of course, they were stopped, so they only were in the south for the most part, but still, they would have kept going. And so I understand where you're coming from, especially you're young. It's just like, dude, it's 70,000 plus people. Again, assuming they're telling the truth. Yes, but war has never been measured off of, oh, you killed 1,200 of ours, so we're going to keep going until we kill the exact same amount, and then we'll stop. That's not proportionate. In fact, what proportionate would have been is if Israel sent in 3,000 civilians, 3,000 IDF soldiers, went in, raped, burned, killed 1,200 people, went to a music festival. They probably don't have those in Gaza, but let's just say hypothetically, killed about 400 at a music festival, kidnapped about 251 Gazans, brought them back into Israel and held them hostage in tunnels and civilian homes. That would be the proportionate response, but I wouldn't agree with Israel doing that. In fact, I would find that to be evil if Israel did that. It's actually ironically more evil to do that, even though the number is less, than it is to do the war that they're doing now, even though the death toll is higher.
Well, you mentioned the raping and killing of Israeli citizens, right? But,
right.
That is terrible. I think it's terrible that anybody was raped and killed. But also, if you look at the way, like they said, I think it members of the Israeli government said sexual violence can never be tolerated, which shouldn't be tolerated. But then when Israeli soldiers are raping Palestinians, Iranians, whoever, it's completely tolerated. It's not worried about.
What do you mean it's completely tolerated? What do you mean by that?
They don't get punished.
What Israeli soldier was raping somebody? What are you talking about?
It's happened multiple times. I know it's
been accused multiple times, but what do you mean it's happened multiple times?
It's probably...
are you talking about the State Timon? That video that got released where they said they were raping a prisoner? Because that was never...
No.
Okay, if it's not that, then I have no idea what you're talking about. There was a recent report that came out that Israel's thinking of actually suing over because there was a reporter that implied that they were using dogs and they trained dogs. I don't mean to laugh, but it's kind of funny because it's impossible to do this, but the Palestinians were saying that the Israelis trained dogs to rape, which is literally impossible. Literally dog experts came out and said, you can't even train a dog to do this because a dog can't comprehend it. And so I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's obviously ridiculous. But I will answer this way to be fair. If there truly is anyone, I don't care if you're a Jew, Muslim, an Israeli soldier, a civilian, if somebody truly does rape somebody, absolutely it should not be tolerated. They should absolutely be punished. But
of course.
I don't want to turn accusations, especially from the Palestinians who are known for propaganda. They just are. They have a whole name for it. It's called Pallywood. I'm not going to turn accusations into things that we know is confirmed, right? So if you have something that you, maybe you read an article, I didn't, that it was confirmed, they went to trial, Israel found them guilty and they tolerated it, then I'm with you 100%. I'll call that out in 5 seconds. I don't care if you're Israel, America, Iran. But I think what you're doing, and I'm not saying you're doing it purposely, I think you're taking accusations or social media posts and you're trying to say oh, it's tolerated. Israel has arrested rapists in their country, and it's definitely not tolerated. It's illegal to rape there.
And of course, yeah. I'm sure it's illegal. I'm just saying it happens everywhere where, rapists are practically
Right,
ignored.
but the difference is
sometimes.
that if it's ignored, it's probably more of a failure of a justice system, like here in America, for example, if it happened, or in Israel. If it's ignored in Gaza, it's probably because it's not necessarily illegal. Like, for example, in Gaza and the Palestinian Authority, it's not illegal to rape your wife. If she's your wife, you're allowed to do whatever you want. There's no crime against it. Whereas in Israel, I know, and you can look it up, it's true. In Israel, actually, a lot of Muslim countries, that's the case. In Israel, right, or America, or pretty much just about any other westernized country, obviously that'd be illegal. You can't do it. Now, does that mean every single case gets tried and every single person gets arrested? No, there's plenty of people, I'm sure, in America that have done that disgusting, awful crime and they get away with it. But again, we have to be careful about trying to both sides of the situation. There's one where it's celebrated in a culture, and then there's one where you're saying people get away with it. That's not the same thing.
I'm not sure. This says alleged incident, military prison in July.
Yeah, that's the one I was telling you about, Stay Timing.
Okay, yeah.
So
the CCTV.
Do me a favor, look up an article on Tablet. It's called The Prison Rape That Never Happened. I can give you all the information. I'm just saying if you read it, it's kind of a longer article, but it actually debunks the whole thing. But to give you some quick information real quick, that one was 100% propagandized. So, excuse me. What ended up happening, right, was there was a lady who's effectively I don't know what the Israelis call her, but it's effectively what the Inspector General is for America, for Israel. She ended up leaking this video that came out because she was actually trying to undermine the right-wing government. Because just like how we in America have people that try to undermine Trump, they also have the same thing with Bibi in Israel. So what she ended up doing was she ended up editing a video. She said it wasn't edited, but it was found out later that she actually edited the video and she leaked it. It wasn't found out for many months that she leaked it, but at the time she had leaked it. And so a bunch of pro-Palestinians on social media started calling it a rape that was happening. She never said that, by the way. She never called it a rape. Nobody ever called it that. Israel never called it that. What she said was that it was the reason she was investigating these prison guards was because she said that they were too aggressive during a search because this guy was hiding something, and she said that they beat him. The word rape never came, like you can even look up the original charges, never came up. Now let me give you a couple more pieces of information. The guy who claimed he was raped never, ever, ever claimed he was raped, ever. He didn't claim it until over 1 or 2 months later, and that was because he saw, it was after it was spreading on social media that there was a rape, and then all of a sudden he came out, and he's like, yeah, that's what happened to me. He never claimed it during the original, he never claimed it at the medical inspection, he never claimed it. Oh, and by the way, he didn't even ask to go to the hospital until hours later, and they found out it's because what happened was he went to the bathroom, he came back from the bathroom, again, this was like 6 hours after the investigation, or where he was beat, supposedly. He came out, this was like 6 hours later, and he started complaining of stomach pains. They found out he went into the bathroom, and he took something out of his, sorry to get graphic, but his behind, right, that he had stashed up there, okay? Which is what the guards were looking for when they quote-unquote beat him. And so because of that, when he took it out, I guess he cut himself inside. He was complaining. He went to the hospital. He never at the hospital said that he was raped or even beaten. He never said it during the investigation. He never said it to his lawyers. He never said it ever. So what you're reading was a propaganda piece that has been spread, and unfortunately a lot of people believe it.
Okay, and Tablet.
Yeah, let me look up the exact article name. I think it was
by Gadi Taub.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. I'm trying to. Did you find the article?
Yeah.
I gave you the general gist of of what happened. I'm just saying if you want a little bit more than what I gave you, you can read that article. And he sources everything. It's not like it's like everything's sourced. I was just giving you enough because I don't want to go off on this huge rant. You'll get bored. But if you want to know more, you can read it. But everything I said is in that article along with other things as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to look up the author's background real quick.
Who cares what his background
So
is?
he's
Just
a
look at his
Zionist.
sources.
So the author of the article is a Zionist.
Why does that matter?
So you could argue he's very biased.
No,
towards
100%. But I read Al Jazeera articles and they're anti-Zionist. So what? Just read it, look at the sources, and determine for yourself. I'm not even telling you to believe it. I'm just saying determine for yourself.
Yeah, I can still read it. I'm just saying. You're saying it's like propaganda. I'm saying.
Sure, if you listen,
propaganda,
if what you could be right, 100%. I'm not here to tell you you better believe it. I'm saying facts are facts.
Of course.
It doesn't matter if a Zionist says it, an anti-Zionist, a white, a black person says it, a Chinese person. It doesn't matter. Facts are facts. I'm just saying read it, look at the sources, kind of just determine for yourself. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't matter if someone's a Zionist. Why does that even matter? Who cares? Because all the people saying it was a rape, I promise you, all of them are anti-Zionist, right? So it doesn't really make much sense to say, well, I don't believe them because they're anti-Zionist. I don't believe them because I read the medical report, I read the timestamps, I read the after reports, I even read the medical report. There was a medical report that was released, and you can find this, where they found out that there was no external bruising. Again, I'm sorry to get graphic, but there was no external bruising on the anus, which is pretty much impossible if there's forced penetration. When there's forced penetration, you will find external bruising, but there wasn't any at all. So that's why I don't believe the anti-Zionists. Trust me, if I believed it, I would still be pro-Israel. I would just simply say, these people are disgusting, they should go to prison.
Okay.
What do you, just out of curiosity, what do you think a Zionist is exactly? Like, I'm a Zionist. What do you think that means?
Zionist is it's just, I don't know the exact definition. I can look it up in a second, but I'm pretty sure it's just like in my opinion, the blind support of Israel.
The blind support? Well, then I guess I'm not a Zionist because I don't have blind support.
Let me just search it up. Supporter of Zionism, national political ideological movement that emerged in the late 19th century, advocating for the self-discrimination of the Jewish people.
Self-determination.
Self-determination of Jewish people.
Right, so I believe that Jews have a right to self-determine in that land.
Interesting.
If you believe that, you're a Zionist. You can be pro-Palestinian rights and still be a Zionist. You'll probably be a left-wing Zionist, but you'll still be a Zionist. If Zionists meant anything about the Palestinians, then answer me this. Why is there left-wing Zionists, right-wing Zionists, two-state solution Zionists, one-state solution Zionists? There's all different types of Zionists. They all agree that Jews have a right to self-determine their homeland, but there are some Zionists who want to build bridges with the Palestinian people. In fact, the people that were murdered the most on October 7th were Zionists who would actually break bread with the Palestinian peoples and drive Gazans to their jobs and back to the border and to hospital appointments and back. These were those kind of Zionists. The people that they slaughtered on October 7th were the ones that were trying to be peaceful with the Gazans. So I don't want you to discriminate when you just hear the word Zionists. It sounds like you have like a negative connotation. It doesn't mean anything other than I believe Jews have a right to just live on that land and self-determine. Do you agree with that? Just that basic concept. Doesn't mean you have
the right to
self-determine on that land.
I don't think that they're like owed the land.
No, first off, nobody is owed any land, including the Jews. Nobody. But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you agree that Jews have a right to self-determine on that land? That's it. Not, you can still love Palestinians. You can want a one-state solution where everyone has, there's no borders. Like, you can still believe in all that. Do you believe? Oh, let me ask you this: do you believe Italians have the right to self-determine in Italy? Is this really a hard question? Okay, fine. Do you believe English people have the right to self-determine in the UK?
No, I just know where this question's going.
Are you so against the Zionists that you're like afraid that you're gonna be like, fuck? I guess technically I am, because then you're going more off emotion than you are off facts. Then.
Yeah, I think everybody's free to self-determine anywhere.
That's literally all Zionist means. In this case, for Jews in that land. But that is what Zionist means. It doesn't mean anything to do. In fact, Palestinians didn't exist when even political Zionism started, which was in the late 1800s. Zionism started way before that.
Who supports the continued existence of security of Israel as a Jewish state. Like, I don't think it needs to be a Jewish state.
Okay, first off, that's not really a real definition. I believe you're reading it somewhere. I'm not saying you made it up. I'm just saying that's kind of added on, but sure, whatever. That's not really the real definition.
Yeah, I think
but
it's
sure.
saying like usually.
Like me personally, I think it absolutely should be a Jewish state. That doesn't mean other people can't live there, but I'm for that. But I understand you're not. I'm not trying to get you to agree with me necessarily. But that's the point I'm making is you could be a Zionist, I could be a Zionist, and we can disagree with each other completely on what that means. But, well, not the base idea of what it means, but what it means to move forward with it. But regardless, this is kind of getting a little, around. So,
yeah.
Overall, what I'm saying is that there's a lot of propaganda against the state of Israel.
Yeah, of course.
Does that mean Israel's perfect? No. Does that mean you have to like Bibi Netanyahu? Absolutely not. It has nothing to do with that. Do you have any other questions about Israel? I'll always give you information to look up. I'm not asking you to blindly believe me. I want you to take what I'm saying.
Appreciate that. It seems like you are using some, like you're at least giving me articles.
Right. If there's something you're wondering, I will give you an article on it. Or maybe I'll agree with you. I don't know. But I will never just tell you, you better just believe me because I'm telling you the truth. Like, I will give you stuff to look up.
Well, no, I mean, so like, I don't want to say freeing Palestine aside, but like, I do think it's a genocide going on there. Like, I still am going to hold that belief. But
okay, but why? What do you? Let's start with this.
I mean, children are being starved.
But that's not what. Well, okay. I can get to that in a second, but that's not particularly true, or at least not in the context you think it is. But before I do that, definition of genocide is not children dying. That's not what genocide means. So what do you think because genocide's you can believe there's even war crimes going on, ethnic cleansing. A lot of people, I don't agree with that. I'm just saying that a lot of people use these terms and they try to combine it with the serious accusation of genocide is a very serious accusation. And the thing that I fear is that people are watering down the term so that way they can make it fit for their narrative. And the problem with doing that is it ends up making a very serious thing. It makes people not want to care about it anymore. Kind of like the BLM movement, right? When it first started, there were even some conservatives that were kind of like, yeah, I see what you're saying. Of course, Black Lives Matter because all lives matter. But then it turned into something that now when you look at the BLM movement, there's a lot of even leftists that left the BLM movement because it turned into something that was, they were buying houses with the money, mansions, and they weren't like actually even helping what they were supposed to be doing originally. And so I fear that the terms genocide is being watered down to the point that I want to be like, fine, call it a genocide and I don't care anymore because now it's not a serious term anymore. So I have to ask you, what do you think genocide means?
It's the mass killing of people. Is it like a specific group of people? No, like genocide.
Before you even Google it, I'm asking you because you already used the term. When you're using the term right now, before we get to the actual definition, what is in your mind that makes you want to say genocide? Because you're saying mass killing of people. Okay, then I guess we genocided the Germans in World War II.
Yeah, like a specific people, like the Holocaust, for example, was a genocide,
right?
Mainly on Jewish people, but also on like homosexuals, Black people.
Well, no, the genocide was really only for the Jewish people. You're correct that a lot of other people died, but the special intent of destroying a people out of existence was for the Jewish people, and that was confirmed by the final solution, which was the Wannsee Conference, which was January 20th, 1942. But you're correct, a lot of other people did die. I'm not trying to undermine them. I'm just trying to get you to understand the difference between definitely a war crime, a slaughter of people even, and a genocide. Did we genocide the Germans in World War II as the British/America? Because there was definitely a mass killing of Germans in World War II, for sure. But would you say we genocided them?
No, because I would say that would be... You're going to say self-defense, no? Or defense,
well, no, I agree with you. I also don't think we genocided the Germans. But if you're going with your logic of mass killing, well, we killed way more Germans than Israelis have killed
Gazans.
Gazans.
Killing of a people, like of a specific like group, ethnic group, like stuff like something
protected
like that, like
status,
Jewish.
but national group also matters. If you try to,
Yeah, something like that.
right? Germans are not only an ethnic
Yeah.
group, kind of, but also a nationalist group. So
Yeah,
you
I'm not
can't.
saying like killing. Yeah, it would be a genocide if we were like.
What
let's just kill
percentage
all
of
the Germans,
Gaza?
you know?
What percentage of Gaza, even if you include terrorist deaths, do you think have been killed in the past 3 years?
I think he said like 3.5% of the population, but
Right.
I don't know. Like
that's according to Hamas. So if anything, it might actually be less because Hamas might be lying in their favor. But let's go with Hamas's numbers for now. Even though Hamas doesn't count any natural deaths, they count. Well, they do count them, but they count them towards the war. They have not counted natural deaths at all as natural deaths. They've been putting them in the death toll. And just so you know, that probably is about 20 to 30,000 of the deaths already, because Gaza has somewhere between 500 to 1,000 natural deaths per month. So you can just do the math from there, right? But let's go ahead and put that aside. Let's take Hamas's numbers, right? So about 3% of the population. Again, that's not even civilians. That's including all terrorists as well. So every PFLP member, DFLP member, PIJ, PRC, Army of Islam, Mujahideen brigades, Hamas, collaborators, etc. So I have to ask you, does that sound like a genocide? If 3%, including combatants, have been killed in an area,
I would say it's still a mass killing of a specific group of people.
We can talk about that as well, but there's a difference between mass killing and, again, genocide. Genocide is not just mass killing. Genocide is, I'm trying to destroy this protected status, this people, out of existence. I want this group to be destroyed. That's what genocide is. And so, do you agree Israel definitely has a capability to do that, especially the fact that Gaza is so tiny? So it's not like they have to go far distance.
I think they've sort of done it to a degree, yes.
Really? There's been more births in Gaza than there has been deaths. So there are more Gazans in the world today than there were on October 7th, 2023. So if they're trying to genocide the people, they're doing not just a very bad job, they're going in the opposite direction. There are more Gazans alive today than there was on October 7th, 2023. Do you know on average how when you genocide a people, whether it's based off of ethnicity, national, whatever, do you know on average about what a genocide brings the population down, like percentage wise? The average. Generally, it's between 25 to 30%, and that's the average. Sometimes, obviously, it's worse, like the Jews of World War II. Obviously, it was way more than only 25 to 30%. Sometimes it can be a little less. But on average, populations drop about 30%. We are at 1/10 of that. And you have to also take another thing into account. What is something that generally happens in war with the civilian population? Like when Russia came in and started attacking Ukraine, right? And just so you know, Russia killed more people in Mariupol in just 25 days than all the civilians that have died in the Gaza war in the past 3 years. In 25 days, Russia killed more people. And by the way, Mariupol is 1/5 the population of Gaza. So technically, if you were to do it per capita, they killed about 3 to 5 times the amount that Gaza has been killed in the past 3 years. And that's not, that's just like period. But regardless.
You're talking about you said Russia?
Yeah, in Mariupol alone, that one place, not all of you where they've occupied in Ukraine, just Mariupol. But my question for you is, what happened to the civilian population of Ukraine when Russia started to invade? What happens to the population? What did they do?
They left.
Exactly, they left.
Or tried to, yeah.
No. Well, yeah, a lot of them didn't get out, but by now they have left. They moved west, right? They're either still in Ukraine, but on the west side, or maybe they left Ukraine. That's what happens in every war. Gaza, obviously they're not going to go into Israel, but Egypt, I don't know if you know, but you know Egypt has a border with Gaza? Well, they do.
I do now.
Okay, now you do. So Egypt, you can Google it right now. Google the Egyptian Gaza border security. You're going to see a slew of about 7 different layers of security. They closed the door on the Gazans. They did not allow the Gazans to come in. And so you also have to take into fact, while you look that up, that the population of Gaza did not get to become refugees like Ukrainians did, or Syrians, or Iraqis, or Afghanis, etc., etc. And so not only is the percentage of deaths very low compared to other conflicts, but on top of that, they also didn't get to leave. So you would think the number would be even higher. Let me ask you, if Russia killed as many Ukrainians in Mariupol in just 25 days as much as they did, what do you think would have happened if the Ukrainians never got to leave? Do you agree that they would have killed even more?
Yes, most likely.
So can you explain to me how is it that the Gazans, the IDF, has killed so little in such a tiny area? Gaza on the map is like this big. How is it that they were able to protect as many as they did, even though they were not allowed to leave? It's something to think about.
Yeah. I'm not saying that Russia like
No, I know you're
is
not. No, I know.
Yeah,
I'm just giving you that example because it's the most recent conflict. I mean, I didn't want to keep saying World War II. I'm just trying to go with something.
I think they've done.
Well, we can go to other conflicts. Look at Saudi Arabia and Yemen. We can go to Saudi Arabia and Yemen. Israel has allowed more aid into Gaza in 2 years than Saudi Arabia has allowed into Yemen in over 10 years. Like, think about that. They've allowed more into Gaza in just 2 years than this other place has in over 10 years. In fact, Israel has allowed more aid into Gaza than any conflict I can think of in history. The only one that compares is after, towards the end of World War II, we did do like this airdropping campaign where we let in, like, we literally, us and the British were a crazy amount of aid. And even then it was comparable, right? But other than maybe that one, I can't think of a time where anyone has let in more aid than Israel. Israel has let in more than 2.2 million tons of aid. 2.2 million tons of aid. That's an insane amount. Now, to answer your question earlier about children starving, I do believe there are some, not just children, but just people in general starving. There's a BBC article I want you to look up. I'm going to grab the article for you right now, and I want you to read something for me. I just have to find it real quick. One sec. I think it's this one right here. It's called... It was posted on August 6, 2025. BBC is not exactly a pro-Israel site, but... Sorry, one sec. Excuse me. It's called The Secret System Hamas Uses to Pay Government Salaries. That's the title of it. And it's posted by Rushdie Abuluf. He's a Gaza correspondent in Istanbul, so this isn't some Zionist. Okay, August 6, 2025. Gotcha. And if you scroll down to... Let me see, hold on a sec. If you scroll down to a little over halfway to the article, you'll see a title of like a subsection. Do you have it up right now?
Yeah, it's being a little glitchy.
Okay. If you can scroll down, go to the section that says anger at reward for Hamas supporters. And then when you get there, let me...
finally it loaded. Anger at reward, yeah.
Okay, so now once you get to that, scroll down to where the first word of the paragraph says Nisreen Khaled.
All right.
So I'll read it, but I just want you to have it up so you know I'm not lying. Nisreen Khaled, a widow left caring for 3 children after her husband died of cancer 5 years ago, told the BBC, this is a real woman in Gaza. When the hunger worsened, my children were crying not only from pain, but also from watching our Hamas-affiliated neighbors receive food parcels and sacks of flour. Are they not the reason for our suffering? Why didn't they secure food, water, and medicine before launching their October 7th adventure? So what she's saying is that her neighbors are being fed, and her kids, who don't even have a father, are being starved. Not because of Israel, but because
Hamas is favored.
They're stealing the food and giving it to their affiliates instead of giving it. So I agree with you. I do believe there are pockets of starvation in Gaza. The problem is people are trying to blame it on Israel. There's another article you can look up. You can just Google this. The UN themselves admitted that up to like 80 to 85% of their aid trucks were being stolen and looted. That's not a small number. And so what ends up happening is that people steal this food. Now, some of it might just be people stealing and giving to their family, but a lot of it, they're stealing it for Hamas and other terrorist organizations, and they sell it and they give it to those that back them. But people like Nasreen Khaled, who's a woman, this isn't an anonymous source, is saying that, yeah, my children are starving not because of Israel, but because of Hamas. So I agree with you. People are well,
Okay.
maybe not anymore, but
So
at the time.
So yeah, I'm not going to deny that like Hamas has like a lot of control and like a lot of power and a lot of like I said, like they got control of hospitals, like some confirmed stuff.
Right.
But I think the fact that they are aware of this and still keep it going is a major problem.
What can they
Like,
do?
This shouldn't be happening.
Israel can't do anything about it. Israel's not allowed to actually even touch the food. They're only, like, per international law, all they can do is let it in.
Still bombing civilians.
Again, I know you think that's happening.
They're targeting Hamas, but
I know
they're
you
still killing civilians.
Yes, just like every other war in history. See, here's the thing. My problem with a lot of the critique against Israel is not that war's not awful and civilians die. I agree with you. You and I are never going to disagree with that. The problem is that that's just the natural way things happen. And Israel's put to, for whatever reason, at such a higher standard. And people will hate on Israel for things that they're actually doing relatively correct. Again, I'm not saying they're perfect, just like I don't think United States of America is perfect, but I'll still say the United States is the greatest country in the world. But yes, have we done fucked up shit? I was in the military for 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
Did we do fucked up shit? Yes. Were there individuals that did war crimes? Yes. But would I say America did that? Or would I say that America should be dismantled? Or would I say America should be having... I don't know if you know this, but the UN has more resolutions against Israel than every other country combined. That includes Iran, who slaughtered 50,000 of their own people, slaughtered Masa Amini because she didn't have her hijab on correctly. That includes Cuba. That includes China. China literally has concentration camps right now for Uyghur Muslims. They're putting the Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. And the UN has still done more condemnations against Israel than every other country combined. And so my problem isn't just, like, if you came to me and you said, yeah, look, I don't hold Israel to a different standard. I just can't stand war and I wish they would stop. I would be like, you know what? That's a fair statement. I don't necessarily always agree, but that's a fair statement. The problem is people take this and they try to hold Israel to the standard that they close their eyes off with everyone else in the world. That's the problem I had. It's a double standard.
So yeah, earlier I said I was a conservative. I was actually completely lying. I'm actually like I would say I'm like left.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say anything. I assumed you were, but I wasn't gonna say anything with the kind of the lip gloss and stuff. But it doesn't matter. I'm okay with the left.
Oh yeah, I lost my lip, my chapstick. That's my girlfriend's.
Oh, all right. I'm just saying I could maybe tell, but that's
yeah,
okay. I don't mind if someone's a leftist. It's okay.
No, yeah. So I want. I figured it was pretty obvious.
I'm not lying. I am a conservative.
Oh yeah. You're like the first actual conservative that I've talked to today.
Nice.
But yeah, how you said like no war and everything. I'm very against war and everything. That's why. So like, yeah, like I'm hating on Israel, and that's why I was saying earlier. I said like free Palestine aside. I don't want to say that, but like talking about like just what their involvement with the US, I think it's out of hand, like the just continued support of them. I don't think that needs to be happening. Like we've just done too many bad things in the war already. Like we like that the girls' school that was bombed, and I know the military base was like right next to it, and they did that strategically, I'm pretty sure.
It was on technically the base, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, they did that strategically, right? I would assume. But...
Well, actually, yes and no. It's actually more sinister than you think. That not long ago, that school wasn't even a school. It was literally used by the military base, and then on top of that, right? And then on top of that, Iran. There's even pictures you can find. The IRGC has been even during this war. Well, maybe not anymore because it's it's coming to the end. But during the war, they were using other schools for military reasons. They had like IRGC members and ranks there and all that stuff. But yeah, look, it's awful. Again, I'd rather not be at war. Even as a conservative, like I mean that. But I also am not a pacifist. I do believe that even though I'd rather it not happen, if it comes to that, I'll still support that over doing nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a pacifist, but I don't. Yeah, I just think, although there's definitely bad things happening in Iran, I don't think that we should be a part of the bad things as well. Like, I think we should be helping people, but I don't think that
You
there's a
don't
lot
think
of
we
helping
are helping
people
people? Well, with this MOU, I don't. But you don't think we are? Do you know the Iranian people do not like their government? They're oppressed by them, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
But
so how do you help them? Just out of curiosity, how do you? You said you think we should help
stopping their
people.
government.
Okay, so how do you do that?
Right, but when you're bombing, when you're bombing civilians, it gets like, how many bombs were dropped in like a couple hours or something like that?
Well, overall, this whole war, they've dropped like 17,000, I think. But yeah, I have this I have this weird thing that you think they're just purposely like targeting civilians. Yeah, civilian areas.
I know they're not.
Okay.
Technically, purposely
Just
targeting.
when you say that they're bombing civilians, it's a very you're rejecting a lot of context here.
No, that's what I'm saying. I understand that they were bombing a military base, but at the same time, they bombed it most likely knowing that there was a girls' school.
No, they didn't know. Actually, that was the problem. Is because now again, that doesn't make the tragedy any less. It's tragic, but they were not flying in that plane going, there's that girls' school I was looking for, and then like launching on it. That's not what happened.
They didn't. Yeah, I mean, so how I assumed it was, well, there's a girls' school, but greater good. Let's bomb this military.
No, actually, what happened, and again, it's still wrong, but what happened was they actually had outdated maps from when that school was not a school, so they actually had no idea that it was a school. No, again, that doesn't mean.
Yeah.
Assuming it's true, to be honest, they never even said.
It's just
assuming it's true, they actually never even really produced any evidence of it. But yeah, sure. Assuming it's true, yes, it's awful. I'm not denying that. You're never gonna get me to deny that. It is 100% awful. And I think it's awful that these people, these terrorist organizations, hide behind their civilians. It's disgusting that they do that. But again, does that mean we should do nothing? Because if that works, aren't you, just bear with me here, aren't you kind of encouraging them to use more human shields? Because if it works, like let's say you were the president and you're like, we really need to...
telling them it works.
Right. So again, I'm with you. It's awful, but I also don't want to go with your plan by like, oh, just don't do it, because then they're going to oppress the people even more. Because like you said, then it works.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying there's like just to completely ignore them, but I don't have, I'm not a military strategist, you know what I mean?
I got that.
I don't know how to handle that. So all I'm saying is there's a better way to go about things.
Well, people could stop being state-sponsored terrorists like Iran, and maybe that would be better. So instead of blaming Israel and America, who's actually the only people in the world trying to do something about it, maybe we should be putting, I'm not going to say 100%. You're left. I get it. You're going to put something on America. But maybe try putting at least, at minimum, equal amount of condemnation on the people that are funding Hezbollah, are funding Hamas, PIJ, Houthis, Operation Cassandra, where they sent terrorists to the Western Hemisphere to undermine the United States. Maybe we should be putting pressure on them as the world. Can you imagine if the UN spent half their energy that they do on Israel, this tiny little country, if they spent it on condemning China for concentration camps, condemning Iran, who slaughtered 50,000 plus of their own people in just 2 days? They killed more people in 2 days, their own people, by the way, than all of the Gaza war civilians in the past 3 years. Just think about that for a second. They did more in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we so focused on Israel? Like,
no, yeah. So like I said, I'm not like, I hate basically all of the governments. Like, I'm not really.
Okay.
I'm not going to say like Israel is worse than Iran. I'm not going to say Iran is worse than America or America's worse than. I just think all of them sort of suck.
Hey, I mean,
to be honest,
at least you're a little bit more consistent, but
yeah, because like you're saying, there's so many bad things that they're doing.
I think it's very easy. I think it's very easy to both sides of the situation, especially as a younger person. You said you're 18. I think it's very easy to do that when you're sitting in a computer chair. But
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's because I was in the military, but You have to understand the context is night and day. There is no comparison. There's a difference between trying to harp on bad things that America's done in the past, or Israel, or any country for that matter, and then trying to take that and make it comparable to what Iran does. It's night and day. It's not even close to the same thing. And I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, but that is what you're doing when you're saying like, yeah, I hate them both because they all do evil things. Okay. Again, significant difference of context.
Yeah, my mindset is more so I feel very deeply for the citizens that have nothing to do with this. Like you said, they hate their government. So it's like it sucks that they have to go through that without like any say in it, basically.
Well, they do have a say in it. They're cheering on America bombing their country. They've quite literally come out. They spray painted their walls. Trump, come help us. Thank you, Israel. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, America. Right? Keep bombing. In fact, a lot of them are upset that Trump is now, including myself, seems like he's capitulating and trying to just, to be honest, kind of chicken out, and he's trying to find an off-ramp.
Yeah, I think it's because he realized how unpopular it was.
Yeah, which is annoying because...
Yeah, it was sort of interesting. He's like suddenly had like a spine or something. Like,
well, no, I think it's the opposite. I think he lost his spine.
Well, it seemed like... Yeah, it depends on how you see it.
The reason we have a republic and not a pure democracy is because we should not, when I say we, I mean the leader, should not be just going with what's popular every time, because what's popular can change overnight, especially in today's day and age. There can be a TikTok video that goes viral and all of a sudden the popular thing's the opposite. Yeah. And so we should not have a leader that just changes, because something's unpopular. That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, yeah, I mean, I think how things are run right now are just not good. I don't think things are equal. I don't think things are...
We should have taken care of Iran a long time ago, but unfortunately it was your party who kind of led to a lot of...
I'm not a Democrat.
Yeah, you are. I'm just kidding.
No.
What are you?
Yeah, I think like a lot of things need to change. I don't think that... I think Democrats are still pretty much like either in the
controlled
middle,
by the Jews.
They're basically right. All of the politicians are, yeah.
Controlled by the Jews?
All the politicians are being donated money by Israel.
Really? You actually think that?
Majority of them, yes.
Let me ask you something. If you were to put Israel, there's the top 10 list of foreign countries that lobby in our government. What number do you think Israel's at?
Oh God, I'm gonna be wrong.
Just take a guess.
I would have assumed it was 1, but is it not? Is it like 5?
No. If you actually go over the past few years, they're not even in the top 10 list. If you average it out over the 20 years, they're number 10, barely. You know who does donate more or lobby more into our government? China, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, Qatar. You know how much money Qatar gave into our university system just last year alone?
Mm-hmm. Or no, I don't.
$700 million just last year alone, targeting our youngest children. Do you know how much AIPAC, which that's an American, it's not Israeli, but AIPAC it advocates for American-Israeli relations. Do you know how much AIPAC has lobbied in the past 30 years combined?
Billions?
About 65 million with an M. Qatar spent... Now, we'll get into their super PACs in a second. That's just AIPAC. But Qatar...
Okay, yeah, I meant more... Sorry.
Well, actually, even if you include the super PACs, all together, it's closer to about $350 million. And that's not last year. That's 30 years combined. So that means even when you include all their super PACs, UDP, AIPAC PAC, AIPAC itself, and all 30 years combined, Qatar spent more targeting our youngest adults last year ×2 than AIPAC and their super PACs have done combined over 30 years. And you're here saying that the Jews control our politicians.
Okay, I don't want to say the Jews. I don't.
Okay, fine. Sorry, Israel. Sure.
I'm not anti. I'm not like anti.
Yeah, no, I got it. You're just an anti-Zionist. Wink, wink. Yeah, no, I got it.
I would say I don't really agree with most religion, but
yeah. Well, Jews aren't a religion; they're an ethno-religion. But regardless, the point still stands. Fine, Israel. You really think Israel lobbies our government more, dude? Qatar just gifted the president a fucking plane, like the Air Force One, the new Air Force One that came from Qatar.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think it's Israel? Really?
I think they are a major. They still are.
They're our ally, of course. No, it doesn't matter whether you agree with that or not, or I agree with it or not. They're still an ally. So yes, I'm not saying Israel doesn't have an influence in our government. Of course they do, just like all of our allies do. But I just labeled you people who have the worst human rights violations in the world. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, they have slavery. You know slavery, the thing we abolished a long time ago? They still have it today, dude. Yeah. So, again, it's very easy to sit in your chair and be like, well, Israel, okay, maybe they don't spend as much, but dude, Israel doesn't have fucking slaves. Like, that's the difference. We are trying to both sides of the situation. It is night and day.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked like as much into the other like countries. Like, I think it's pretty obvious, but
out of foreign founded companies, right? Companies founded by blank, just not American. Which country do you think, per capita, gives Americans the most jobs? And I'm talking about Americans on American soil. Which ally would you think that is?
China.
Israel. We
gives
get
the most
jobs. American jobs. Israeli-founded companies have produced 255,000 American jobs. By far, per capita, the most out of any of our, well, the whole world, but definitely any of our allies. Do you know which of our allies spends the most percentage-wise on R&D, percentage of their GDP, research and development? Guess which ally spends the most, percentage-wise?
The most on what?
R&D, research and development. Israel. And it's not even close. It's 6% of their GDP. They spend way more than the percentage we do and more than China does. And the reason that's important is because that R&D is mostly going into American companies, Microsoft, NVIDIA, etc., Intel. In fact, the camera you're using probably has Israeli technology on it. Your phone, what do you have, an Android or Samsung or iPhone?
I'm on a MacBook, so.
Okay, Israeli companies work with that. Do you have an iPhone or Samsung or Android?
Sadly, I have an iPhone.
Israeli technology.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm aware.
Medical technology comes from Israel. Your Intel chip, that's probably in your computer or whatever. You said you're on a MacBook. I don't actually know what they use, but regardless.
Yeah, I have a PC behind my MacBook.
Israeli technology. In fact, you know face detection for both Android and iPhone, that started with Israeli technology.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it's absurd how like they just have all of our personal information. Like, I just don't think that's a good thing.
You think Israel has all of our personal information?
Well, they don't. Okay, that's very vague.
You're really just biting the propaganda apple, aren't you?
No. I'm just saying, like, just the government in general. There's a lot of surveillance.
Sure. I'm with you on that, but also irrelevant.
And you know, like companies sell your information, everything like that. It's not just the government, you know what I mean?
Sure, irrelevant to the conversation, but yes, separately, I do agree with you. I wish that wasn't a thing, but sure. That being said, my point is that benefits the American economy, that benefits Americans, food, etc., putting food on the table. So what I'm trying to say, listen, I'm not trying to get you to love Israel. I don't really care. But again, it comes down from the basic fact of when you try to both sides of the situation, and I'm trying to give you just enough information, not to make you love Israel. Again, I don't care. But to make you realize, okay, maybe I shouldn't be both sidesing it. Like, oh yeah, same. It's not the same. Israel is an amazing ally. $55 billion in trade per year. Israel, the amount we export to Israel, they're buying from our economy, $24 billion per year. That's what Israel does into our economy. R&D, medical research. The Bird and Bard system that started in 1977 has added tens of billions of dollars to our GDP. It's funded over 1,200 projects that are American-Israeli combinations. It's again, it's night and day, the amount we get from Israel. should look up a guy named General Keegan. He said that the intelligence we get from Israel is worth 5 CIAs.
Hmm.
Anyways. That's all I got, dude. Unless you have anything else.
So you're saying like, I'm in like the middle, or like, I think it's more just like I think I think like what you're saying is basically it's like unrealistic, right? Like
what's
unrealistic? Like they're benefiting us. You're saying me being like in the middle, like saying same, like I hate them all. It's like not. You're basically saying it's like not realistic?
I'm saying,
because
I'm saying you're straight out wrong, but at minimum, I'm saying you're missing a lot of context, right? To just be able to put them on the same playing field is insane. Because it's not even close to the same playing field. Does that mean Israel's perfect? No. Does that mean Israel's never done anything wrong? No, of course not. Of course they have. Does that mean America's never done anything wrong? Of course we have. Done a lot of stuff wrong. And guess what? We're going to continue to do a lot of stuff wrong. Nobody's perfect. But to try to straight out say like, yeah, I hate them all because they all do evil things, like, again, it's kind of insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I just think what's going on in the US right now is more, it's a lot of benefit for richer people and not a lot of focus on like actual US citizens and like infrastructure.
And you want to, because you said you're left wing, so your plan is to push more into the government then? Because I agree with that statement, and I'm trying to figure out why you're left wing.
What do you mean when you say push more into the government?
The right wing, at least in the contemporary times, we agree with that statement that they don't really do a lot for us, so we want to give the government less power. You want to give the government more power. I'm trying to figure out why you think that's going to work out for you.
What do you mean give the government more power? Why are you saying that?
Because you said you're a leftist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with socialized medicine, healthcare, socialized university system, socialism in general, democratic socialism? I assume these are some of the values you enjoy or want to push towards?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Like, yeah.
Who would be
universal
the
healthcare,
okay, great. Who would be the controller of that? Great. Who would run that system?
The government.
Okay, so you want to give the government more power. I don't understand. What are you confused about?
So it's not technically as much.
Look, I get it. You're 18. I probably, maybe I didn't think that. I wasn't that left, but still, I thought similar when I was 18 too. There's an old saying, I don't know if you ever heard of it. If you're under 20 and you're not a leftist, you don't have a heart. But if you're over 40 and you're not right wing, you don't have a brain. Have you ever heard that?
No, but you do sort of notice that in people, how they're, more like, F the system when they're in high school, and then
right,
they grow up and then they're your parents, and then they're sort of,
They actually did a study. Do you know on average, because they found that generally speaking, obviously there's exceptions, but generally speaking, people become more right-wing as they get older. Did you know the study found around what time that happens at on average? Do you know when they found it to be?
What is it, like 25, 30?
It wasn't necessarily an age. They were trying to find an age. What they found is it's whenever someone actually gets their career. Not necessarily a job, but a career.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Right. You're right. 25 to 30 about is around that time. But that's what they found. Because then they realized that things weren't so black and white. They started paying taxes. They started having a family, and they had to take care of that, especially as a man. You got to really take care of that family. So people found, the study found that that's when people generally became more conservative. So yeah, so I'm with you. I agree with you. I don't think the government does a great job, Republican or Democrat. But the difference is you want to give the government more power, and I want to pull more away from the government.
Well, I also have a bigger focus on, equality of people, like just the amount of like hate and like just, everything going on. Like there's a lot of racism, misogyny. Like
a lot of anti-Semitism, like implying the Jews control our government.
I don't think the Jews control our government.
Right.
I think Israel does a lot of lobbying. I don't think me saying I don't like Israel has nothing to do with Jewish people. I don't have any. I mean,
What
Jewish
did you
people can
mean?
be good
You
people.
think Bibi Netanyahu is lobbying our government?
I think he does lobbying in the government.
No. I mean, there might be some very little. Like I told you, they're number 10 on average if you go over the 20 years. If you go these past few years, they're not even in the top 10. So when you say, Israel is lobbying our government, do you mean AIPAC?
I think there's multiple big.
Did you know AIPAC has nothing to do with Israel? AIPAC are just Americans, dude.
Yeah,
some of them are Jewish, some of them are not.
Yeah, AIPAC supports the
alliance, yes, but that has nothing to do with Israel. You're not even allowed to donate to AIPAC if you're not an American citizen. So if you're an Israeli citizen, it's literally you couldn't even give $1 to AIPAC. So when you say AIPAC and you say Israel, wink wink, what you're saying is Americans. These are Americans. A lot of them are Jewish. Not Israeli, Jewish. So I know you didn't maybe mean to say Jews, but you kind of are saying that. I mean, you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. There is a lot of hate going around. You know, when the Jews were persecuted in communist regimes, they were called the capitalists. They didn't call them the Jews. They were like, no, it's not the Jews. It's the capitalists that we hate. And in capitalist areas, they were called communists. They were like, it's not the Jews. It's just the communists. Wink, wink. Today, they're doing what you're doing. Again, I don't believe you're doing it on purpose. I choose to believe you that you're not meaning Jews. But you're doing the same thing as they did in the past, except today, what do you say? You say, no, I mean the Zionists or Israel, not the Jews. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm just saying just the Zionists. It's the same playbook, dude. It's the exact same thing they did in Soviet Union. It's the same thing they did in Europe. You're doing the same exact thing. Like all these evil people you read about in Europe with the anti-Semitism and the pogroms. No offense, but you're doing the same thing. It's just instead you're saying not the Jews, just the Jewish state, or Israel, the Zionists, whatever. That's why you took AIPAC and you attributed it to the Israeli government. You know there's an Armenian PAC, Armenian American PAC. Do you attribute that to the government of Armenia? There's a National American Iranian Council. Do you attribute that to the IRGC? I don't think you do. You know how many different PACs there are that advocate for specific ethnicities or nationalities with the American Alliance? Do you attribute that? Can you name for me anyone other than AIPAC? Can you name for me another American foreign country lobbying group? Just give me one that I didn't already give you. Yeah, you can't name one, right? But you can name AIPAC. You can name AIPAC, though. That's interesting. How about CARE? Do you know who CARE? Do you know CARE is?
CARE?
Yeah, it's the Council of American Islamic Relations. They're a very powerful lobbying group. And they're literally in 2 states are a terrorist organization. In 2008, there was something called the Holy Land Foundation. They found CARE to be an unindicted co-conspirator. You know why? Because they found the Holy Land Foundation was an organization that was getting donations to give to Palestinians, and they were actually giving the money to Hamas. They were investigated and found guilty. But you didn't know about that.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Okay. All right, dude.
Yeah.
Well, dang. I hope you keep looking into this stuff, all right? I appreciate you listening.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't agree with you, but I appreciate the
look into everything I told you. You're on
honesty and effort.
Like I said, if you go to my YouTube, if you want to rewatch this conversation, you can go to my live section because we're live. You can go and you can listen. Sure. And then I want you to literally don't take anything I told you. Look into all of it. CARE, NAIC, all of it. Look into all of it. Everything I said.
I got you.
And I promise you'll find that I was right about everything on it. My name is Nick Matau. So I'm on other stuff too, but the YouTube is where you'll find the live.
I gotcha. Right. Yeah, I mean, I live in a military city. I have a lot of military family. I've heard similar things that you're saying, like from my own family members. So like,
right.
So I think I can be more understanding, but I do still think that just to, I don't know, just it's like valuing the, I don't know, it feels like the comparison game. I know it's important to compare things, but at the same time, I think just agreeing that all of them are just messed up is also important. You know what I mean?
Sure. I think it's virtue signaling. It's very easy to say that, but sure. I mean, I guess, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. My main focus is just, I think the U.S. needs a lot more focus on its citizens and equality, and what they're pushing right now, like the nuclear family. I think it's just not. I think that's a different time. You know what I mean? Like especially with, with saying like you're conservative. Like a big conservative view is like, women should have children and this and that and like.
Yeah,
For a lot of
I think
conservatives, I don't know what you
people should stop. Well, it's not just women, men too. Men should be there for their families. They shouldn't leave just
Of course,
because
men should be there for their families.
Yes, I agree. People should have families and stop just with hookup culture. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think people should technically live their lives hooking up, but I also believe that people should live their lives how they want to live them as long as they're not hurting anyone. You know what I mean?
Well, they are hurting a lot of people, unfortunately, when they do that. But sure, if they are able to...
Of course, yeah. With, there's like STDs and...
Well, not just that. There's fathers leaving the household. That's hurting their children. Mothers that are leaving, abortions, which I assume you're probably for, but still, nonetheless. And it's also just hurting the society. Society is better off when there's families. Of course there is. It's men. We as men, we're not programmed to do very well. The way we end up doing very well in life, including myself, was when I had a family and I had responsibility that I need to take care of my wife and my son. It focuses us. Men, we're not a focused people. I mean, you probably understand that. Like, biologically, we're just really not like that. But when we get something that focuses us, we do better. And when we do better, society does better. So this is 100%. This isn't even up for argument. This is accurate. Now, does that mean I judge every person that... No, of course not. I agree with you. As long as you're not hurting anyone, I don't judge you. But overall, as a society, of course we should be pushing these ideologies. Of course it's good for us.
Yeah, I of course think people should have families if they want to have families. I just think it's odd when people say, the greatest job a woman will ever have is taking care of a child, because you don't know that. A woman...
No, of course it is.
A woman...
You think when I'm not a woman, but you think when I die, I'm going to think, man, I wish... I'm an engineer, okay? I was a nuclear engineer in the Navy, and now I monitor nuclear and non-nuclear systems. You think when I die, I'm going to think, man, I wish I could have inspected one more engineering project.
Yeah,
no, I'm going to think, I'm glad that I spent time with my son, and hopefully if I have more kids in the future, of course that's the greatest job in the world you can do, not just for women, for anyone.
Right, but think about a woman leading a major movement, for example,
I don't care if I led the biggest movement in the world. I don't care if I was the most popular person in the world. Again, you're trying to take a minority example and trying to apply it to society. Sure,
well, no, because a lot of
there might be somebody.
People these days don't want children, is what I'm saying, and it's judged and saying. It's
again, people change their minds, but sure, dude, I agree with you. If there's truly a woman who gets even into her 40s, she led a major movement, founded a multi-billion-dollar company, and she's like, I never wanted kids and still don't. Okay, fine, for her, good job. I'm not against women working, dude. I'm not that conservative, but this idea that you got... First off, listen, I hope you don't take offense to this, but you're dumb. You're an 18-year-old. You're not fully developed, dude. I know, I get it. You just think I'm some 34-year-old telling you off, and you're like, what the fuck do you know? I promise you, but I promise you, just bear with me and I'm sure when I get older, I'm going to think back when I was 34 and think I was dumb. You're not going to be thinking the same thing in 10 years as you do now. And you're not going to be thinking something 10 years after that. You're going to think back when you were 18. Maybe you might even remember this conversation. You're going to be like, yeah, okay, I definitely don't think the same way. I'm not saying you're going to be a conservative. I don't know what the fuck you'll be. But one thing I do know is you will not be thinking the same way at the age of 18 versus the age of 28, 38, 48, etc.
I haven't experienced
you.
like the actual world yet, really. You know what I mean? Like, so I understand where that's coming from, of course. Like I won't be the same person I am like
right. So when you say young people don't want kids, I believe that. I also didn't want a kid when I was even when I was 20, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I really want a kid or not. Like I believe you. But I promise you're not going to be thinking the same way. I'm not talking about with kids. Maybe you will or will not want one. That's not the point. I'm just saying you are 100% not going to be thinking the same way. And neither is your friends that they're same age that are females, males, whatever.
Excuse me.
I know. Well, there's not much more I can say because I know if I was in your position, I would 100% be thinking like, yeah, okay, I've heard this.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I probably will think somewhat differently, but you know.
I was a leftist, just so you know. Not super far left, but I'm from California, dude. I mean, pretty much everyone from California is going to be left-wing until they grow up. And I'm not like far right either. I don't remember if I told you, or maybe I'm thinking of a different conversation. Like I voted for Trump, but I'm not like this guy that deifies the guy. I have no problem criticizing him.
Yeah,
like I'm not this like super far right dude. I think weed should be legalized. I don't give a shit if gays get married. Like I don't care about that shit at all. Like I'm with you. If you're not hurting anyone, why the fuck do I care? But yeah, it's whatever. There's not much more I could say because at this point I'm just some, like I said, 34-year-old just fucking telling an 18-year-old back in my day. Like I get it, dude. Well, anyways, you sound. I'll give you one thing though. You're an 18-year-old, but you're an 18-year-old that's at least willing to listen, regardless if you agree with me 1% or 0%. I got to give you at least that props because a lot of 18-year-olds don't even listen. So I'll give you that.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're all on a journey. I'm trying to, you know, but I still, yeah.
I got it.
You know.
Well, good luck.
I'm still trying to figure out what's right, but you know.
Good luck with your journey.
Right in certain things.
I'm sure you do. There's an old saying. You should Google this saying. I'm not young enough to think I'm right about everything.
Yeah, I get told all the time that I think I'm right about everything.
You ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
I have heard of it. I can't remember.
It's essentially, if you Google it, you'll see a graph where the less knowledge you have, the more confident you are. And then once you start to gain more knowledge, your confidence drops a lot. And then it grows back over time, but it never reaches that peak confidence level when you have almost no knowledge. That's you. You're 18. You have no knowledge, so your confidence is going to be the highest. It's not you. I did it. Maybe if you have kids in the future, your kids will do it. Everyone does it. You think, I'm right. You're not, because it's not your fault. It's literally, just look up Dunning-Kruger effect after. It's I promise you, it's a thing. All right, I'm going to skip, okay?
All right, you have a good night, brother.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
It's a long one. Hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man?
I don't know, chilling. Better go smoke weed, probably.
All right, have fun.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. You have opinions on Trump and all that kind of stuff?
I do have opinions on Trump.
Yeah, what are your takes?
I voted for him, but I also don't think that people should be deifying him, and I think there's a lot of I wouldn't call myself MAGA. I'm a conservative or right wing, if you will, but I'm not MAGA. I think there's a lot of MAGA people that think he can like do no wrong, and I don't have any problem criticizing him. But unfortunately, Democrats also keep putting up just complete dog shit. So, and I get we have more than two parties, but really we have two parties.
But I don't know. I feel like even as like the most conservative, I feel like voting for Kamala Harris would have been probably a better choice.
How can you be a center? What do you mean?
Like the center most conservative that you can be. I feel like Kamala Harris would have been preferable to Donald Trump. That's
okay. Why?
I don't know. Like I think that like the Democratic backsliding that's happening under Donald Trump is like pretty antithetical to like.
No, without mentioning without mentioning Trump, like convince me why Kamala, because she couldn't convince me, and I read into the lack of policies. Why would she have been better?
I mean, I'll do that in a second, but to be clear, like it is a perfectly valid argument to say because Trump, like we
it's not a valid argument. That's not.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. If I think that like Donald Trump is like a existential threat or like whatever hypothetical that like people come up with.
Sure,
right?
if he was, then yes.
If I think that like he's so bad at like anything that's not him would be better, that's like a perfectly valid argument.
If you were correct to say he's literally an existential threat, I'd agree with you. But of course, he's not an existential threat, so I don't agree with you.
You don't have to be an existential threat to be like extremely bad, though. Like you it could literally be that like he's running on one thing, and it's to like remove like Obamacare, and Kamala Harris,
which is a good thing. I think you should remove Obamacare.
Well, that's crazy, but that's not really the point.
Obamacare, even if you're for universal healthcare, you should be against Obamacare. It was awful.
Okay, here's the point I'm making. Like, if Donald Trump's like only policy was like I'm gonna kill every puppy in the United States, and Kamala's only policy was I'm not gonna do that, that's not an existential threat.
Sure,
like,
I agree with you, but you're using extreme hyperbole to try to convince me, and I can see through the hyperbole.
Okay,
can you actually use real
off of kick millions of people off of health care? Like I said, democratic backsliding up.
Can you
again like
let's go
over like the judiciary?
Let's go one point at a time so it's easier. Tell me what was Kamala's best policy that she had before we get into Trump.
Kamala Harris's best policy,
right?
Like from her campaign or just like any point in her career?
Well, her career was awful. In fact, she would have locked you up for smoking weed.
Sure,
I'm from California. Sure. Nobody here likes her. But
right, sure, but like
I'm going with her campaign. That's what I'm asking about.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna tell you that like her campaign was like perfect.
Yeah, just give me her best policy, not like one you even like, just the best one.
Probably expanding Obamacare. Yeah, that's probably like one of them.
She said she was going to expand Obamacare.
Or like infrastructure, or like
she said she was going to expand Obamacare.
I'm pretty sure she did. Yeah.
Okay. So what was what's your favorite thing about Obamacare, and what's the thing you thought that was bad about Obamacare?
I think my favorite thing about Obamacare is providing healthcare to millions of people, even though it's very subpar healthcare in the United States. I think it's important for people to be able to like afford basic necessities such as that.
What is real quick? People couldn't afford it. It caused premiums to go up, not down.
That's true. It caused premiums to go
up.
So
it made healthcare more expensive.
Yeah, it made healthcare more expensive for some people, but at the same time, it made
on average for everyone.
But it made coverage more accessible.
How was coverage not accessible before?
I mean, 30 million people got healthcare when they didn't have it before. That's like
it's because it's because it forced people to get it, and if they didn't, they would be punished. And hold on. And here's the issue. And my family was affected by this because my father's from Mexico, right? And so my family that are first generation, right? I know I look pretty white because I'm also Spanish, but I'm Mexican. My family, first generation, a lot of them were poor. We were poor growing up. Obamacare was detrimental, and I'll tell you why. Because they couldn't afford Obamacare, and so they would opt out of it because they literally couldn't afford it. And guess what happens when you do taxes at the end of the year? They're like, why don't you have Obamacare? Now we're going to penalize you, and now you owe us more money. But it was still a little less than Obamacare. So every year, a lot of people in my family had to pay money because they couldn't afford Obamacare because it was more expensive. So I'd love to know how the reason 30 million people got healthcare is because they forced people. So young people who didn't give a shit, they're like, well, I don't want to pay extra money on my taxes. So fine, I'll get the cheapest option. So that way they can inflate the numbers and go to the world and be like, or not the world, the country.
Was your family insured before?
So that's the thing. That's what I was going to ask you next. How does the healthcare in America work minus Obamacare? Do you know? Like if someone doesn't have private healthcare, how does it work?
I'm not sure. No, I wouldn't be able
to. You know what
Medicaid
or Medicare is? It's like our biggest budget in the.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Right, sure. So they would use that, and that's still an option to be fair. But now the difference is that's still an option, and they get penalized for not having Obamacare. So all they did was they just got penalized, and they had to end up spending more money. My uncle, who's a veteran, I was in the U.S. Navy for 12 years, but he was retired. He served over 20 years. His healthcare, because he wanted to have both. He had VA healthcare and he wanted private. Since Obamacare came out, his premium, he was spending about only $400 a year because, again, he had VA. He just wanted to subsidize it with private. That $400 became $1,600 because of Obamacare, because of the pre-existing condition clause that Obamacare had, causing premiums to skyrocket. And so he had to cancel that. So him and his wife, he passed away now, but at the time, all he had to cancel that so he would just be off VA healthcare. So his subsidized healthcare went away because of Obamacare.
Yeah, I'm glad you're telling me this stuff. Like, it's very interesting, but like, obviously, like, I don't think Obamacare is like perfect. I think far from it. Like, I'm from Canada. I think that compared to like what we have here, like Obamacare is like pretty fucking terrible.
Okay.
And even in Canada,
no, I
like, what we have
disagree.
isn't that
I
great.
think you guys have awful healthcare in Canada.
Really? How come?
So I study this stuff, but Canada, by far, it's not even close, has the highest wait times out of any country. It's actually insane. In fact, so many Canadians are coming to America because they're dying waiting for healthcare.
Well, okay, that's not exactly true. There isn't like a mass exodus of people going to the United States.
I didn't say a mass. Like, a lot of people, I just said a lot.
You said many, but like
many.
That's the issue. Like the
it should be
implication of,
zero.
Like, saying many is pretty vast. But,
it
like,
should be zero.
No, that's not true at all. Like, if people are very well,
zero.
No, it shouldn't be zero. Obviously, like if you have like a country that has like a massive private insurance, like or private medical system, like just south of you, like all people that are like in the top 10% of earners in Canada that make like $250,000 or like $100,000 or like are pretty wealthy. Obviously, they're going to go like to the United States to afford like superior healthcare. Like that's something that's like bound to happen. It's not
just superior; it's just getting the healthcare. But do you know which country in the world supplies the most shared medical research? Shared meaning like they do research, finalize it, and they share it with the rest of the world.
States.
It's by far the United States. In fact, I think you can take like the next 10 countries combined, and the United States would still be number one.
Yeah.
Do you know who funds, not the starting of medical research, that's about 50-50, maybe it's slightly higher government funded, but I'm talking about the actual data, testing, and the finalization of medical research. Do you know what funds that in the United States? Do you think it's more private or more government funded?
Probably more private, yeah.
By far, it's more private.
Yeah.
So if we were to shift to universal healthcare in America, all of that would go away. Maybe some of it would stay, but people are less likely to put privatized funding when you're in a universal healthcare, because why would you? You're already in universal healthcare. So what happens when the hold on one question? What happens when the shared research country of the world, by far the highest, becomes now insignificant amount of shared research? All of the countries, including yours, that benefit off socialized healthcare, you guys benefit from our shared research. That will go away if we become a universal healthcare country.
Well, I just want to say that that's not necessarily true. I think you're not really analyzing like how the distribution of like the private sector, like investing their money into that stuff. Like most of the time, it's private universities. It's not like private companies like Pfizer. It's not.
How do you pay for universal healthcare? Like who pays for it? The United States becomes universal healthcare tomorrow. Who's paying for it?
The taxpayer.
Yeah, who? Like middle class, rich, everyone? How does it work?
I mean, you're asking me about like the wealth distribution, like
right now we have a progressive
like,
we have a progressive tax rate, so it's like 24%, and I think there's 37%, 32, 24, 22, 12, 10, and I think 0, something like that. I could be a little off. So which bracket, right? Like me, I'm in the higher end, right? Which bracket will be charged? What does 24% become? Does it become 30%? And what is 22%? Like I'm not asking for specific numbers. I'm not saying give me the numbers now, but like generally speaking, who is going to at least mostly pay for universal healthcare?
I mean, like I'm not like, you mean as like a percentage of income, or
are
like
you saying it's the rich? Is it the middle class? Is it the poor? Is it everyone equally? Like generally speaking.
Probably going to be the middle class, depending like depending on like how like the tax code is like written like in the next couple like 4 to like 10 years. Yeah.
So the middle class that's already kind of struggling, you want to increase their taxes, and it's not going to be a small increase. It's going to be an extremely large increase to pay for universal healthcare. You want to put more money into the middle class or take more of their money.
Well, it depends on multiple things. Like obviously, like the way that we would subsidize universal healthcare doesn't necessarily like depend on like increasing or decreasing taxes.
Of course, you have to increase taxes.
No, there's obviously austerity measures that could be taken, and like different cuts in like different sectors of like the United States government budget. Like that's
what are you going to cut? Right? Do you know what's by far our budget? right? Of the percentage of the pie.
I think like half of the U.S. budget goes towards social services. Yeah.
Right, and by far the biggest one is healthcare, Medicaid, Medicare.
True.
So when you say you can cut stuff, what exactly are you cutting that's going to pay for?
I'm not saying that like it would only be funded by cuts. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
no,
that, like,
not only, but even to make it significant amount.
Yeah, it would imply the tax increases. Like you're correct about that. Like,
a very big tax increase.
Yeah, very big, or it could be mitigated by like other subsidies by cutting
how
in the government, like I said, or it could be like ultimately, or it depends like how you increase taxes. Obviously, like the corporate tax rate is going to.
One sec. The only president that's actually put in a whole agency to cut government spending was Trump with the Doge program. And the Democrats, like I assume you are, were against it. But now you're telling me that you do like that.
Well, Doge didn't end up really working at all, didn't it?
It cut a lot. In fact, it probably would have cut more if it stayed in power. What are you talking about?
No,
the amount they cut from USA.
First off, the reason that Doge isn't in power anymore is because the Trump administration decided not to.
Well,
be.
sure,
It's not anybody's fault but Doge. But like, you just making an allusion to that kind of proves my point. But like,
well, a couple problems. One, it definitely did cut. But two, even if you're right and it didn't work, my point is that system. Maybe you would do it differently so it does work. But you're saying you're in favor of that system. But regardless, you're not answering my question.
No, I'm not in favor of mass austerity. That's not what I'm in favor.
So what are you going to cut to not increase taxes at least too much?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Okay. Would the rich be getting taxed heavily to pay for this universal health care?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, it wouldn't pay off the entire thing. That's not what I'm saying, obviously, but like, yeah.
Right, but they would probably be taxed heavier than the middle class, I assume, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. So who pays by far more into privatized research? Is it the middle class or is it the wealthy?
Probably the wealthy.
It's the wealthy. Do you think the wealthy, who obviously they're not doing it out of the kindness of their heart, they're doing it so they can get tax breaks. But if the tax breaks don't matter anymore, why? Can you explain to me why the wealthy will continue? Because you said you didn't say I was wrong, but you said I'm not necessarily correct that privatized research would go away, at least in a significant way. I'm going to prove you wrong real quick. Can you explain to me why the wealthy would continue, even in any significant way, to continue privatized research funding if they aren't getting any tax benefits now? What's the purpose?
Really, sure. Well, real quick, just like a correction. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that privatized research will not like decrease or like not
significantly.
That's not really the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that ultimately, like, yeah, you're raising funds from people that would otherwise be investing in, for example, healthcare privately, like you mentioned. But like we could ultimately use the funds that we're collecting from those people, then reinvest it into the public healthcare system.
But it wouldn't be in research anymore. It'd be in paying for healthcare. That's the point.
It could be that, or it
right.
Could be
So research goes away. I mean, maybe
it could be either or. Yeah.
No, you're definitely going to be putting it into healthcare because now there is no more payments. You are paying for everyone's healthcare, whether it's illegals, migrants, or citizens, or whatever. You're going to be paying. No, you are. And in universal healthcare, you will be paying for everyone's healthcare. So I'm not going to say there will literally be zero research. Right. But it would be significantly less. The reason the United States shared research is so extremely high is because we have a private system.
Because the flow of capital in the U.S.
Right. So all of that will go away. So your country, Canada, other countries in Europe that benefit from this shared research will no longer get that benefit anymore. So not only are you going to be affecting the American taxpayer negatively, including the middle class, which I appreciate your honesty. A lot of leftists try to pretend like, oh no, we're only going to tax the millionaire. Like, okay, dude.
No, that's slapdick nonsense. The idea that like we shouldn't like obviously I'm sure you don't agree with like raising taxes on everybody, but like the idea that we shouldn't have to is like obviously that's like slop. That's not
right. So I'm not
trying to, yeah.
No, I appreciate the honesty, but the point is that not only are you going to be affecting even the middle class negatively, you're going to be affecting the entire world negatively because of this.
I mean, I'm not really convinced by your argument. Like, I think that ultimately, like,
it's just statistics. It's not an argument. It's just okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. Where was I?
You said you weren't convinced with my argument.
Yeah, I'm not convinced with your argument. And the reason I'm not convinced with your argument is because millions of dollars can go into like a publicly funded research, and the money that we collect from the wealthy or from taxes that we collect by raising the taxes on most people. The government, we don't like to admit this, like whether on left, right, center, or whatever, but the government is like a pretty well-oiled machine, and like we're able to like distribute our funds pretty like pretty efficiently if we
No,
want
we're
to.
not. Tell me one time the government has distributed funds efficiently, ever.
I don't know. We could point to like wartime economies, the New Deal.
All awful. The New Deal was dog. Oh gosh, dude. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I took like economics in college. Like no. And also, you said you can. Okay. Okay, then you should know the New Deal was not great. But that being said,
okay. Let's be clear about this. Like, there's no point in university where an economics professor will go after the New Deal. Like the academic consensus on the New Deal is pretty positive. So
the academic consensus on the New Deal was that it pushed the can down the road and it caused a major rife because of the massive amount of spending that they did. That is okay. Yeah. You know what? That's a different subject. Let's put a pin in that for a second.
Yeah, right.
So you said there will be millions of dollars going into private research. Do you know how much money goes into private research globally or just the United States in the medical field per year?
I don't know. The Trump administration slashed it a lot, but even then, it wasn't that much.
I said private.
Oh, private. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sure. You probably have the number, right?
Yeah, for the NIH, which that would be Trump, which he didn't slash it that much, about 50 billion. Private, in terms of like biomedical R&D, just that alone. There's probably others. I don't have those numbers, but biomedical R&D alone is about 180 billion dollars. So even if we were to go to millions, again, a significant cut. Which you're right, we would probably
is that like 1.8% of the US budget though?
Well, again, this is private, so the US budget would be government.
Right, yeah, okay,
the US budget's about $6 to $7 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not really sure what that has to do with the private sector though.
Because okay, yeah, sure. I wasn't understanding I didn't understand what you were confused about. What I'm saying is that like ultimately like that's not like,
just so you know,
it's not a drop in the bucket, don't get me wrong. Like 100.
Well, just so you know, the global private medical is at 250 billion. 180 billion of that is America. Just do the math real quick. If the global private is 250 billion, do you understand how much America spends?
Oh yeah, the U.S. is a leading researcher in almost every respect. Well, China's catching up in other respects, but like, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, sorry, my wife popped up and she scared me.
That's okay. I know on Omegle it's kind of like annoying when like somebody like pops into your room and you're like talking to somebody, but yeah.
You're good.
Man, I keep forgetting where I was at. Right. Like obviously like 180 billion, is that the number?
That's the private biomedical R&D. Both
right, like
globally, both public and private combined globally is about 400 billion. So US's private biomedical R&D is about half of the total public and private spent around the globe. And you're trying to slash that down to maybe not literally zero, but almost zero.
What I'm saying is that the idea that we don't have the wiggle room or the wealth, I say we, but like obviously like context wise, like you understand that like I'm not American,
right.
But you know what I'm saying. The idea that we don't have the wiggle room for both in cuts and budget shifts. How do you say that in English? Sorry, I'm French Canadian. Via means of balancing the budget or like making cuts in like different sectors, like increasing the taxes. The idea that we can't generate enough wiggle room to like replicate that amount of like capital flow going into public or private research, like I don't really find that convincing.
Again, it's just statistics. It's just, you said you took economics. This is just basic macroeconomics.
Like for example, the U.S. military budget got increased by like $500 billion, or it's trying to get increased by $500 billion.
Okay, let's say you put that to zero. I don't know if that's true or not, but let's assume.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we spent about not even, but let's just round up $1 trillion on the military. Let's say
about 900.
Let's say we cut the military almost completely, and we spend, let's say, only $100 billion. I don't think that's possible unless you really cut. But let's just say hypothetically, we spend about $7 trillion. That's the total U.S. federal budget for a year. Do you know how much goes into just federal healthcare spending right now? Not even in the universe, just right now. How much do you think it is?
I just want to say real quick, but the point I'm making is that like obviously we have the wiggle room to like add $500 million to the U.S. military budget, which would imply that like inherently we can find the wiggle room to for $180 billion.
Right. It would be
nowhere
nowhere
or public healthcare. Or public healthcare research. I mean.
Right. So it wouldn't, because, and I'll explain why. Do you know how much we spend on federal healthcare? Of that $7 trillion, how much goes to healthcare spending right now in the system we have?
Of the U.S. budget?
Yep.
Must be a lot, like 30% or something, right?
Yeah, it's about $2 trillion. So I think that would be technically about 30%. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That
So
sounds right.
$2 trillion. So even if you were to, you know what, fuck it. Let's just pretend we get rid of the military. Even if you were to shift the entire military budget, including that $500 billion, right? That you said that they're trying to increase, which I don't even know if that's true, but let's just say it is.
Yeah,
It's
Trump
still,
that's like a huge, like, I just want you to know that, like, I'm not making like a far-fetched claim. That's like a really like televised thing that Trump.
yeah, someone who was in the military for 12 years, I don't agree. What I think the military needs is not to be cut or increased. What I think we need to do is audit, because, like I've been trying to explain, the government is awful with spending. I was on nuclear powered submarines for about 12 years.
That's cool, man.
I was an RPPO for a while, which essentially supply. We worked with supply. I was a nuclear engineer, but we worked with supply to get supplies. We had these laptops, which are military grade laptops. Dude, they were just like normal Dells with like a cover. These Dells would probably cost maybe $500. Do you know how much we spent? We spent about $4,000 to $5,000 per computer, because the government will always be awful and inefficient with spending. So really what I think we need to do in the military, and this is kind of a separate subject, is we need to audit how we spend the money, not necessarily increase or decrease. But let's put that aside. Even if we were to get rid of the entire military, we still would not be able to cover even about half of the entire money we spend on healthcare. And you want to significantly increase that. And here's the problem. I get what you're saying. Well, if we can wiggle this $500 billion, then why can't we just shift that wiggle room to... I get the argument, but here's the problem.
Because we're talking about research, not healthcare. But like, it's still your point stands, because I'm also talking about healthcare.
Right, but the problem is, if you go to universal healthcare, you won't have the wiggle room, because now you're going to be, instead of $2 trillion for healthcare spending, that will be triple to quadruple the amount. So that wiggle room that you find on top of increased taxes will not be going to research. It'll be going to every single doctor visit, whether it's a cold or cancer, everything in between. That's what it'll be going to. It will never, ever be able to find wiggle room to go to research.
Right. Like putting the research aside, because of, like, that's like a different argument. You're completely correct that like funding like universal healthcare in the United States would like imply a massive change in like how the U.S. budget operates, and like it would at least imply like hundreds of millions being cut for like the U.S. military budget. You're correct about that.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with you on that. Ultimately, I think that's like my opinion, and I know you disagree with it, but like that's something I think we should do. I think that like the U.S. hegemony should be like should be severely under defunded in order to like fund more useful services. Is like my position. But I'm not trying to deceive you in the idea that that's not what it takes. Even though I know you disagree.
Well, the problem is that what I want the same thing, but the problem is the difference in you and I is you trust the government, and I'm saying that the government has never, ever been efficient when it comes to spending. And so what I would argue is we should cut out the extra taxes, which Trump has pushed for a lot of this. I think he's still pushing. We should not be sending extra taxes when, let's say, Canada does research, and let's say you guys find a new drug, right? We should not be charging extra taxes for over the international shipment, and both ways for that matter. We should be cutting over state line taxes. We should definitely be stopping the CEO of EpiPen, who 1 year decided to increase the price 1,000%. We should absolutely stop stuff like that. We should privatize even more, which would increase the market, and it would increase the supply, and it'll increase choices, which naturally, and you took economics, so you know this, will drive costs down. We should be going more into private. The problem is we have things like Obamacare that had no pre-existing condition clause and all that stuff. And what it did was it increased demand and lowered supply, which does what? It increased costs. So so you and I want the same thing, but just different ways.
Well, that's because Obamacare operates under a capitalistic, like a profit incentivized healthcare system. Even though it's trying to force people into healthcare, obviously, like
wasn't that capitalistic?
I'm sorry.
Wasn't that capitalistic?
No, Obamacare isn't capitalistic inherently, but it's in a sense it's a band-aid over a broken healthcare for-profit healthcare system.
Okay. Like I said, I want to push more towards privatized systems because it would drive costs down. I wanted us to have the vote by dollar concept Again, I want more people to have healthcare. It's not like, because people say, oh, you don't want universal healthcare, you just must want little kids to die. No, of course not. No, of course not. But I'm trying to figure out when in the world, when I grew up, we were all on board that the government was not good at anything when it came to efficiency. When did we shift towards this idea that we should give the government like, how is the government, can you give me one system the government runs efficiently? Just like one. Other than maybe I would argue the mail service. Mail's pretty efficient.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty cheap shot. That's what I was gonna say. But I mean, low key, the IRS, man.
The IRS? You think the IRS is efficient?
Yeah, well, not anymore. Don't get me wrong. But like fundamentally, I think it's a pretty efficient system being able to like collect like so many taxes from people.
The same people that know exactly. The same people that know exactly how much you need to owe, but they won't tell you and they force you to do it. And if you make a mistake, they spend millions and millions, billions per year doing audits that probably could just be avoided by just one click of a system.
I said the IRS was efficient. I didn't say it was benevolent, obviously. Like,
I don't think it's efficient at all. I think it's very inefficient.
Sure.
The only reason it's kind of efficient is because the people are more efficient than the government, and we are the ones that end up doing our own taxes, or we hire someone to do it for us. The government's not doing it. The government's just collecting the papers.
Why do you think that is, by the way?
Because the government's not efficient. If the government were the one doing it, we would be doing taxes from like 20 years ago, and they'd just be catching up now.
Wait, you think the only reason that like the United States, the IRS or the government is like forcing you to like file your own taxes, even though they technically know how much you owe, that you only think that's because of inefficiency?
Can't imagine there's any other reason. Or either that or they're just evil bastards, which probably is also true. But yeah, I think it's because they're inefficient. So they force us to do it for them. Or, like I said, hire a CPA, which is what I do. But that's because I have a lot of different stuff. So I have to get a CPA. But like, yes, exactly. If we did not have CPAs and private people and a capitalist system like H&R Block, if you will, or private CPAs like what I have, then yeah, if we were just going through only the government, it would be like the DMV. Extremely inefficient.
Yeah, the DMV sucks. I've heard about that one. I can't agree with that, but I can't argue with that. I mean, but I don't know. I feel like I do want to take back a little bit of like my argument saying that like the U.S. government isn't inherently efficient, and like obviously it has a lot of inefficiencies, and like that's not something something I wasn't trying to claim otherwise.
I think every government, but to include the U.S. government, sure.
You don't think any government is efficient at this stuff?
Not really.
I can't think of one.
I think universal healthcare only generally works in maybe really small countries, or at least relatively small. I think it works slightly better then. Again, still benefiting off of the U.S. research.
What about China, though, for example? I mean, for all of its faults, you know.
Yeah, no, China. Well, China, the people with concentration camps right now. Yeah, China. The only way you should read this book. It's called How China Became a Capital. Let me look at the book real quick.
State capitalist.
Yeah, How China Became Capitalist. It's a book by Ning Wang and Ronald Coase. It's called How China Became Capitalist. And it argued essentially that China's economic transformation wasn't like a deliberate plan for capitalism, but an accidental result of marginal revolutions where pragmatic bottom-up experimentation, like decollectivization and special economic zones that China had, introduced market forces which challenged the idea that the Communist Party centrally directed that shift. It's a good book, and
it's like a challenge. It's like a challenge to the idea that like a state capitalism arrived from central planning. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of, that they centrally directed that shift, and it was a lot of it had to do with decollectivization, special economic zones, bottom-up experimentation, and it caused this kind of pragmatic shift, if you will.
Well, either way, doesn't that still speak in favor of capitalistic central planning in that case, or state capitalism? I guess yeah.
Are you saying you're for state capitalism?
No, but I'm saying that like doesn't that still present an argument in favor of it? Like, isn't it still ultimately saying that like, oh, this state capitalist country that runs a very like a massive public service sector.
If they didn't have special economic zones that actually has even freer markets than the United States of America, even. Then I would agree with you.
Right, but they still provide universal healthcare and like a universal school in general.
Using
education,
extreme forms of capitalism, not state capitalism and free market to fund most of it.
Right, so you're in favor of central planning in that case.
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Because it would be even more efficient if they didn't just have special economic zones and they had it as a central idea.
But aren't they more efficient than us in that regard right now?
I don't think China's efficient with us at all, especially when you look at how little their debt is because they have sweatshops, child labor, concentration camps, slavery. So, sure. It's kind of like, it would be like the argument where the South during the revolutionary times and right after at the beginning of our country, the South had all of their debts paid significantly less. True statement. Does that mean I want to have slaves? No. Yeah. You know, so yeah, there's ways to do this stuff if you get rid of morality. Saudi Arabia, the Gold States, they have slavery right now. They're very rich, very nice countries, but I wouldn't want to have their system.
Fair enough, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was lovely talking to you, though.
Yeah, interesting conversation. You have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. All right, y'all. It's almost 12:30. GG. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here. That was probably the best Mingle we've ever had. I mean, we had two almost back-to-back, just like, I don't think we had any crash outs. Did we have any crash outs? Maybe I forgot. It was just kind of straight up just conversations. That was nice. Let me catch up with these super chats because I know you guys have been sending them and I'm sure I missed plenty. I'm sorry. Usually we have so many crash outs I kind of stop and read them, but we just had some good stuff. Let's see here. When's the last one I read? What's your reaction to the Trump Meloni NATO? Is that what you're saying? Oh, duh. I forgot about her. Yeah, I saw the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia. I saw what she said about, and I actually agreed with her. I don't always agree with her, but I agreed with, I don't know if you guys saw that video where she was saying, like, she came out and said what Trump said was a lie about, like, asking for a picture, and she said, what did she said, I wish Trump would treat the enemies of the West the way he treats his allies, and I gotta be honest with you, that statement alone, put your feelings about her aside or Trump aside, that isolated statement, can't argue with it. Gotta be real, I can't argue with it. She wasn't wrong. Just gotta be honest with it. Thank you, Jennifer, for the membership. Sammy says, Nick, anything you're studying lately? I'm always studying. But nothing specific that you guys don't know. Uzi, thank you for the super chat. Have you seen this Chink video from old times? Oh, wait, I already read that one. I did see that, yeah. Hyperactive said October 7th changed how Israel views its enemies. This week changed how Israel views its allies. Well said. Legima said, if we don't have a right to self-determine here, what happens for the sake of argument, purely hypothetically, the next mob of morons comes baying for our blood. Plenty of curls here. Is going to hide us in his attic? Question mark. Yeah, see, I've always said I'm not the type of Goy Gentile that would hide the Jews. I'm the type of Goy or Gentile that will fight next to the Jews. Not to undermine the people that did hide Jews during World War II. That's an awful time. We can never put ourselves in the shoes of the Jews and the righteous amongst the nation. So I'm not trying to undermine them. I'm just saying, in today's day, that's me. Sammy says, please tell him that Hamas killed 1,200 in 6 hours. It's 4,800 in 24 hours. Israel killed 73. Actually, yeah. Israel killed 73,000 in 990 days. It's 74 per day. Holocaust is 2,900 Jews per 24 hours. Yep. Funky Juicer, I think prisoner graped by dog was just a mistranslation of the original headline. Prisoner stuffed cell phone up his bum. Hey, thanks now. Sent 5 Nick Mattel gift memberships. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Sammy. It's hard to appreciate values if you don't have reference in the specific subject and generally in life. It's Hyperactive GJ brother. Oh, good job, brother. Sammy says, Nick, I'm not sure he'll find the live because you stopped uploading your streams after you're done. You can also save them on Twitch for later watch. Okay, I can look into that, but I only just didn't upload last night's stream. My streams definitely are uploaded on the. You have to go to the live section though. But yeah, I didn't do it last night because we didn't really talk about much. But fair enough. It's hyperactive. One encouraging sign: the left is starting to doubt itself. True, true. Garawan, thank you so much for the membership to Nick2, and thank you so much for that 10 gift memberships. That's awesome. Thank you. Azzy, thanks for the membership. Appreciate that. All right, you guys, that was a good live. Honestly, that was a pretty good live. Um. Dun, 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 dun. My best goon. You're gross. Free Petatikva! Nick, Iran just passed a law that if you follow Reza Pahlavi on socials, you'll be jailed for 5 years. Woo! I didn't know that. Nick is so focused. Yeah, I was reading my stuff. Anna Kasparian. I put under Anna's post. Anna did reply, but not again. She replied to this one, where I replied to hers, because she deleted it, and she put, I was forced to delete the... Hold on, let me get the smaller one up so you guys can see better. My bad. She put, I was forced to delete the post because you whiny little skanks mass reported it. I stand by the post and I thank you for reposting it. Obviously, she's a fucking liar. Because, again, it would have been deleted if I did it. And, of course, I said, nobody believes you. This is said all the time on X. Like, her post wasn't even, like, that crazy for X. So it's like, nobody believes this. It was mass report. Like, give me a fucking break, bitch. Anyways. I said, this is said all the time on X, including me above by reposting, technically. Like, technically, I posted it too, so if it was really a reporting thing, I would have been reported, but whatever. Said, you're just a coward. You lose every debate by crashing out and pivoting every 5 seconds. Now go back to your corner to your boss that is named after those that genocided your people, bitch. Which I normally don't like calling women that, but fuck Anna. She's a bitch. And then I put, oh, and I would destroy you in an Israel-Palestine debate. ... bitch. And someone put, if she were to debate you, it would be a second Armenian genocide, which it's pretty fucked up, but yeah. I love how Nick ensured he used bitch in all his replies. Oh shit, that's funny. Facts. She knows that. You didn't tell me you were having a fish roast tonight, Nick. She doesn't have the balls to debate you. She'd wipe, spelled W-H-I-P-E, the floor with you. You're a retard. Oh, yeah. Keeping it simple. Yup. Alright, well, that's sick. Let's see what we got on X right now. Moderate responded to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, what did she say first? Al-Zut was a Zionist gang. Thanks, Billy, for the super chat. MTG says, Tucker is not the only one who is done supporting the Republican Party. There's a lot of us that are absolutely fed up and will not support a party that betrays its voters and country. She says this like every week, dude. That does not mean we are turning into Democrats either, but we are done with the America Last Republican Party. Cool. Sounds like you're a Democrat, but whatever. Moderate said there's a huge difference between saying Republicans have failed to deliver on domestic policy and saying support for Israel is the reason they failed. It isn't. Republicans can secure the border, cut spending, protect free speech, lower taxes, and actually use the power voters gave them while still supporting Israel. I mean, before I keep reading, that's... I mean, obviously, we understand Moderate's a smart guy, but that's just, like, literally facts. Like, that's the problem I can't stand before I keep reading this, with, like, these Nick Fuentes, and, of course, Soupy. I've watched Breaking Bad. It's an incredible show. That's the problem with these Nick Fuentes, like, I'm gonna vote Democrat because they're supporting Israel. Like, why does that matter? Like, do you really, really care about Israel that... They're the true Israel first people. You care about that much that you're willing to start putting in liberal judges? Like, the number one thing that I say, vote conservative during these midterms, get out there and vote. During the main election, get out there and vote. Because they're the ones that are going to put in federal judges. And people don't think, on both sides of the aisle, people do not understand how important that is. Israel is not what stopped them from doing those things. True. The argument should be that leadership, bad priorities, and politicians who refuse to fight for the agenda they ran on is the issue, but somehow everything must be tied back to Israel. It seems as though many conservatives may be afraid to admit that their failures are on them and them alone. Instead of acknowledging the shortcomings they see of the Trump administration and examining how they could be addressed, they turn everything on Israel. Disagreeing with the Republican Party's foreign policy is fair, but blaming Israel for every domestic failure is just avoiding the real problem, and this is exactly what Tucker, Candace, and MGT have done. Well said. Well said, moderate. Why the fuck is... Oh, there we go. Secretary Chris Wright, 120, 141 years. Albert Einstein, 120 years plus paper. President Trump, nobody cares.
Job all of you have. Actually, Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper
Nobody
on the...
cares.
Good point, good point.
I never go back. I just... And usually they won't catch you, but go ahead.
I kind of feel bad for that guy because you know damn well he practiced that in front of the mirror like all of last night. And then it came up and he just got so nervous. He's like, 141, fuck, 121. That's hilarious. Yo, Nick, want to debate about two-state solution with an Israeli? I will answer that by saying I will debate anyone, Israeli or not, about the two-state solution. So I guess the answer is yes.
The Iranians have agreed.
CNN doing a side-by-side of Vance and Obama talking.
This is probably what we're most excited about as Americans. The Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country.
Is this video about to get me to defend and agree with CNN? I don't know if I want to do this, you guys.
That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran.
For decades, inspectors will have access to Iran's entire nuclear supply chain, from the uranium mines and mills where they get raw materials to the centrifuge production facilities where they make machines to enrich it. And under the terms of the deal, inspectors will have the permanent ability to inspect any suspicious sites in Iran.
That's crazy.
This is probably what we're most excited.
Dude, it's like the fact that we are we, I guess, are agreeing with CNN is like, it's insane. I don't even know what more to say. Just, this is embarrassing. Nick, let's debate now. Dude, come back tomorrow, bro. Like, it's 12:30 in the morning. It's no, not debating it now. This is the famous video going around.
Who wants Hezbollah to go stronger? No one. They're fundamentalist Muslims. They can't possibly help Lebanon. And if they do harm to our interests as the state of Iran or Syria, we will crush them. And they know it, right? It's that they keep firing the rockets.
Yo, Chunk, you've become obviously richer than you were here. But, like, I'm not saying that being rich should mean that you become skinny. I'm just saying you have a lot more opportunity to become skinnier if you're rich. Right? That's a fair statement, right, guys? And not that you're particularly skinny here or fit, but definitely a lot more than what you look like now. I just can't understand how you can become rich. What's his net worth? Yeah, $5 to $10 million. Like, I'm just saying, you could use some money to, at minimum, doesn't even have to be like Ozempic. Let's like just hire a personal trainer, bro. Rabbi Mizrahi insults chimpanzees and clowns by comparing them to Sneeko. This guy's insane.
They watch my debate with a Christian professor. Thousands have changed their life. Goyim. Now, many Muslims are now very interested in Judaism. Why? There's one Muslim clown, someone who converted to Islam, supposedly somebody on social media, has millions of views, millions of followers, likes to laugh a lot, to cut parts from the lecture and laugh under the picture. You know how they are? It's a new style now. like a little chimpanzee on the corner, laughing. And you have many other chimpanzees out there in the jungle, and they laugh with him. But we have a say in the Torah, צוחק מי שצוחק אחרון. Doesn't matter who laughs now. Laugh all you want. We will see how you laugh when you stand in front of Hashem for your trial. Good luck trying to laugh there. When they will show you your stupid laugh, making laugh at things. By the way, you should know that a lot of the listeners over there became fascinated with my lectures. I'm beginning to get more and more emails every day. I'm Muslim, I found you here, I found you by Tucker, I found you by Candice, I found you by the snake. Every one of them have a name. Snake, Snako, Sneeko, Sneeko.
Sneeko.
Sneeko. Adam and Eve and the Sneeko.
Isn't this guy, could be wrong, but isn't this like the dude that also said like, he said like 6 million Jews didn't die in the Holocaust, and like a lot of anti-Semites try to use that. Like, oh, even this rabbi thinks though, but the reason he said it is because he's only considering Jews that like were practicing, and so he's trying to say that Jews who were absolutely Jews that died in the Holocaust weren't really Jewish because they weren't practicing. I don't know if it is him, but if it is, this guy's a clown too. I mean, I don't know how many people are more clownish than Sneeko, but this is not, again, if this is the same guy I'm thinking of, he's not someone to look up to either. I could be wrong, though. Maybe that was somebody else. I don't think it's him. Okay, maybe. Okay, fair enough. Oh, it is him? All right, well, whatever. If it is him, well, okay. What the fuck? And by Q, we mean quantum. Stay tuned. Jesus Christ. Nick needs to start criticizing D Wood and Sam Shamoon too. I don't know much about Sam, but I've seen some stuff I can criticize. But what's wrong with David Wood? Is that who you're talking about? Like, what did he say? This guy? Why would I criticize him? This guy, did he say something I don't know? Because this guy's fucking a genius. David Wood, 100% him. That said, less than 1% of religious Jews have even an odor of respect for him. Everyone considered him a fool. True. David Wood is a legend. David Wood is pro-Israel, so is AP. He's a legend. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Why should I criticize David Wood? Sorry, I won't talk about it. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Nick needs to start criticizing LeBron James. No problem. Not because it's relevant at all, but because I want him to. No problem. I can do that for you. He's #1 in Islam information. Right. That's what I'm saying. Nick, look up your net worth and tell us how inaccurate it is. I doubt Google has my net worth. Yeah, I'm not going to criticize David Wood. This guy's great. Again, unless he said something I don't know about, but let's see if it has a Nick. Let's see what happens when I just Google my name. Like, I don't even know. What happens when I go to AI mode? I don't even know. It's an American social media commentator, independent creator, and high-profile pro-Israel advocate. Okay, so far so good. He's widely recognized for his online commentary focusing on geopolitics, history, faith, IP conflict. U.S. Navy veteran. He served for 12 years. Nuclear engineering. Yeah, okay. This is kind of creepy. He is non-Jewish, but he openly aligns with Jewish communities, identifying himself spiritualism Noahide. Oh, yeah, okay. Channel gained millions of views across the platform. Yeah, that's right. His internet commentary and street interviews, including debates, UCLA, have been covered by media outlets, JNS, Israel Hayom, Fox Nation. He has also spoken at events for organizations. Yep. UN Watch, that's true. He focuses heavily on breaking down complex. Yep, all that's true. Due to polarized nature of his content, Mattel frequently documents receiving massive algorithmic pushback, TikTok accounts banned. Yep, all of this is true. All of it's true. Let's see what it says. What is Nick Mattel's net worth? Yeah, I was about to say, there's no fucking way it would know that. Imagine if it had like my bank account. It just says it down to the penny. I'd just be like, I give up on society. Look at this, guys. I'm complicit in apartheid. Do you guys see this? Nick Mattel has explicitly backed Israel's actions against Palestinians. Ugh. Look at this. This Zio. Look at this. Middle East Eye talked about me. Let's see what it said. Ugh. I was on Middle East Eye. Look at that. Look at that beautiful face. Lebanon pager attacks. Social media users condemn inhumane posts mocking blast victims. I was on Middle East Eye, guys. That's hilarious. I thought it was funny. This was the video. I thought it was a pretty funny video.
I can't wait till we destroy Israel.
Allah Akbar, beep beep beep. Allah Akbar, beep beep beep.
Ahmed, are you okay?
I forgot about that video. When was this? This was 2024. I guess it probably would have been like right after the Grim Beeper. Oh, that's hilarious. Nakba denial. Genocide denial. Dang, look, damn, they got this whole fucking thing on me. Holy shit. That's great. I like it. I like it. Reverse Canary mission. They're on the side of poison gas. Fun. Good times. Good times. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Tucker Carlson just released a video about Zionism. I'm so shocked. Wow. It's crazy. Mamba denying son of a bitch. Asmongold on internet Jew hatred. Let's see what Asmongold has to say.
Why they do it is because it gets a lot of attention on the internet. I don't think a lot of these people really believe that Israel's the biggest problem in the United States. I think the reality is that there is a army of third worlders that hate Jews, and hating Israel is the closest thing that they can get. So when these right-wing figures like Tucker Carlson do entire shows about how bad Israel is, I think that they attract all of those third worlders into there. Like, a lot of countries are just profoundly anti-Semitic. They hate Jews. So the moment that you start talking about this, you unlock all of those audiences.
Yep.
This is what my opinion on a lot of the Jew hate is.
I agree.
I think that it is a...
I gotta be honest, I agree 100%. I've been saying the same thing for years. Not to undermine actual anti-Semitism. I'm not trying to do that, because there definitely is real anti-Semitism. But there is definitely a part where people are just doing it because they kind of maybe said something. Notice how many people just kind of say one thing against Israel, but it's not even like the worst thing ever. And then look at them today, and they're just like full mask off about the Jews. It's because when they did that first video, as Asmongold's saying, they unlocked a new audience. And when they saw those numbers, they're like, maybe I'll talk one more thing about Israel. And then they like say something, still not that bad, but they say something else, numbers blow up, and then they do a video that has nothing to do with Israel, numbers go down. They're like, oh, wait a minute. And then they do more, and it gets bigger. And then once they run out of just Israel, then they go, the Zionists, and then the Zionist Jews, and then it's just the Jews, because they have to keep chasing that high of those massive amount of views.
A subversion that's been created by people that want to undermine right-wing figures, and they have introduced the Jew hate inside of the right-wing party to divide the party and make the party fighting and playing Among Us on who's a Jew and who's not, rather than who should be in the country and who shouldn't be in the country. I think in the same way that the Democrat Party was poison-pilled with identity politics like trans stuff, I think that the Republican Party is being poison-pilled by fixating everything around Israel. Everything is about Israel. Listen, when every single one of the people that I don't want in the country is against this needs to be said more. I think that's what it is. This entire fixation around blaming...
That's so true, too. And I remember when I spoke with Michael Knowles. We spoke for like 30 minutes at that cigar party we went to. Good guy, too. Michael Knowles, I don't agree with everything he says, but he's legitimately, like, actually fun to talk to. Anyways. And he said something to me. He's not, like, super pro-Israel, but he told me, he's like, I can't get behind the pro-Palestinian because it feels so, like, leftist, and all the people I don't like is on that side. And the thing is like, Asmongold's right. It's not about, like, who's a Jew and who's not, or who's this and that. And it's about who do I think is good to be in this country and who I don't. As an individual, their ideologies, not what color their skin is, not what their religion is even, or whatever. And so when I look at the pro-Palestinian side, obviously you guys know I'm very unapologetically pro-Israel. And that's not going to change ever. But put that aside for a second. When you just look at the other side, it's also filled with the people that I don't like. I don't like your guys' ideology and anything else. That's why I can't stand when people come to me and be like, what do you think about most people who don't like Israel in America anymore? That sucks for sure, but like, there's a lot of people that also agree with murdering babies. So what is your argument? That because more people, a lot of people agree with a certain side, that I should agree with it because the population has shifted that way? I don't give a shit. If I was that type of person, there'd be a lot of ideas that I have that would shift if I went solely with the idea that I should go with what's popular. Cars and Dimension, thanks to Super Chat. In a world of 8 billion people, Jew haters are a market of millions.
Everything on them is just stupid. And keep in mind, too, this is the most important thing to keep in mind. When you say that kind of stuff and you do that, you find yourself on the same side of every single organization and group that wants to destroy the United States.
Exactly. Facts.
States and Western civilization.
Yep.
Every single group thinks the exact same thing. Yep. That's crazy.
Yup. 100% facts. I remember when I was at UC Berkeley, I was like a one-man army by myself. Let's see if I have it over here. Hold on. That's right here.
Private security paid for by the university. Who funded it? Do you know the answer? No, you guys don't know anything.
Like, I was by myself, really.
Nick, you're on CNN right now.
Well, Bracha was... She was recording me, but I was the only one waving an Israeli flag.
All eyes on Nick.
Make it louder! Come on! US funded UNRWA more than any other country!
Put on keffiyehs and entered.
No US in there! No more USA, but he's talking about US tax dollars! The US funded UNRWA more than any other country before, but those tax dollars are okay, right? Walk away! I can walk right.
I was talking about Iran even back then. But the point I was bringing this up is I remember during this time when I was at UC Berkeley, there was this one pro-Palestinian. It's not on the video, but he said to me, and he's like, there's a reason you're standing by yourself. And, you know, they had like 50 to 100 people. A lot of them went back into their tents, so you don't see them in this video. But because I was debating some of them and I was just debunking one by one, and then this guy came out of a tent and started whispering in all their ears, and then like half of them left and they stopped debating me. But regardless, when he said, there's a reason you're standing by yourself, and I told him, and it made him, I could tell the shame in his face, and I said, popularity does not mean you're right. So I don't give a shit. I will stand by myself because I agree with that value. I agree with the value of being pro-Israel. I don't give a shit if I had 100 people behind me with Israeli flags or if I'm by myself. It doesn't matter. That was a fun time. 16-year-old Iranian girl was publicly hanged by the Islamic regime for reporting her rape. According to Sharia, rape is considered sexual relations outside of marriage, a capital offense. I'm not going to show it because I'm afraid. Looks like this was actually in 2004, but still awful. But I don't want to show it because I don't want YouTube to get mad at me.
I hate you for the sake of Allah. Every Christian, I hate you all for the sake of Allah. Any Jew, any Christian, I hate you all for the sake of Allah. He hates me for the sake of Allah. You hate these bastards and the other bastards.
You notice how Judaism teaches you heal the world, be a light amongst all nations, Gentile, Jew, whatever. Christianity, Jesus Christ teaches you to turn the other cheek and love your enemy. And Islam teaches you, I want to hate you for the sake of Allah. Kind of interesting, you know? It's pretty interesting, the duality there. Okay. Say what you want about Mark Levin. There's a lot of even some conservatives that try to say, I don't like him. He stands on business. He is unapologetic, and I can respect that. Doesn't matter how many people give him hate and blah, blah, blah. That he does not change how he speaks to people and how, like, he does not cave to pressure. And I respect that a lot. New York School Board VP allegedly kept videos of infants being blank abused on his phone. Wow. I'm so shocked. This doesn't look like a PDF at all. Okay. Trans femicide when a whopping 0 trans people have been killed this year. What a joke.
Been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision, being about putting
That's hilarious. Young women are starting to buy pet pigs to avoid being harassed by Muslim men on the streets. Is that actually true, or does this lady just have a pet pig? Like, don't get me wrong, that'd be funny if this is true, but this could just be someone who has a pet pig and someone just trying to pretend it's something else. I don't know. Is that true? Is this true? I feel like this would be more effective. Pigs are kind of gross, but they're also kind of cute, you know? Like, look at that. Like, that's fucking adorable. You know? Maybe I'll buy a pet pig. I'm just kidding. They're gross. If I was in New York, though, I think it'd make more sense. But they also hate dogs, too, so really, you could just buy the dog. Hate to break it to you, but this is America, and we are tired of the bullshit.
USA cut! Fuck you, man!
Yeah, like, even if people aren't even for Israel, a lot of people are sick of seeing that shit.
USA cut! Fuck you, man!
That's hilarious. All right, y'all. Man, the live right here. HL, Laila Tov, Am Yisrael Chai. God bless America. USA, cunt.